All right. How y'all doing? How you doing? Happy Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Let's see, where are we with everything? Okay. Let's see. Oh, this is all wrong. Oh, cat peasant. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you so much. I'm just setting up here. That's a very good day, Loop. All right. Let me start from the top. Good morning, Modprog, Caleb, Hybilo, Cat Peasant, Enrico, Dayloop, RJ, Axel, The Bot, Vadik. Wow. What? The stream died? No, Cat Peasant, no. Is it back now? Can you see the stream now, Cat Peasant? All right, all right. Let me replay an alert. Sadly, you can't replay the last alert, but you can replay, or you can play like a test alert. So we'll get that. Okay, this didn't work. Why is Twitch playing it twice? Who knows? Who knows? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Cat Peasant. That put us back on track again. We're 33 sub points away. 33 sub points away. How y'all doing? I hope you had a good weekend. Mine has been all right, all things considered. So I shan't complain. I mean, I can. If you really want me to, I could complain. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Cat Peasant. Thank you. And thank you for doing plus 10 plus subs. So we got the new alert. Thank you so much for 30 subs this morning. Thank you so much. May your day be filled with sandwiches. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. How you doing? How was your weekend? Thank you. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Well. So you were, Modprog. So you were. Right. Yeah. So weekend is over. You're all back to work now. I presume. Wow, we 13 points away. One more point, and I'm going to reveal to you what it's going to be. Thank you so much, Modprog. Thank you so much. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? There we go. Oh my god. What? Wait, what? Wait. What is happening? What is happening now? Are we 3 points away from the goal? Oh my god. Thank you so much, Cat Peasant. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. First of all, let me catch my breath here a little bit. Oh my god. Okay, we have met the sub goal. Sub. Thank you so much for that. No more subs. No, we reached the goal. Okay, you can unsubscribe and go home now. And let me. Okay. Let me back up a little bit, right? I can't see exact percentage, RJ. I don't know if Cat Peasant wants to know the exact percentage either. So let me go up a little bit. First of all, Cat Peasant, thank you so much for pushing us over the edge and reaching the goal. And we're over a week out. We're early. We're early. Wow. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to do this now. Oh wow, look at this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me catch up with everyone. This was I will complain. Well, you can complain. I'll try not to. I'll make your sandwich, mate. Okay, let me have a look. Where are we? Hello, Pepper. Let me talk about this. Think we need some stretch goals now? I don't know what I mean. I can stretch for free. Oh, good stretch. Ah. No more subs. No, okay, you can stop subscribing to this channel now. We're done. We reached our sub goal. There is no reason for you to sub to this channel anymore. There's no reason for you to watch this channel anymore. The goal was to reach the goal. We can all go home now. The real sub goal. Okay. Oh my goodness. I was watching some disturbing things yesterday. Modern young people doing pyramid schemes. Wow. Marco, how you doing? I tried to watch your stream, but it was not English. How you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Sorry, I'm just catching up. We just met the sub goal. I'm catching up. I am very confused. I'm trying to catch up. It was quite September to October ensued. Yes. Okay. The pony thing better become a VOD YouTube forever immortalized. Hello, Marco. How you doing? You're at home. Good work. Hello, Midori. The reason for watching this chase is to see a man dressed as a pink pony. And that is 100% correct. Okay? I will be dressed up. Well, my face will be dressed up like My Little Pony, a pony called Pinkie Pie. The sub goal was, if we reach the goal, then my child is going to be allowed to dress me up for Halloween with makeup, live on stream, on Halloween. So that's happening, okay, in front of all of you. And she has chosen to dress me up like My Little Pony. For some reason, I don't know, this involves pink hair color, some kind of ear, I don't know, some head barnacles. So pink face paint, and some sparkly lip things as well. There's no way that I'm not gonna come out of this looking like a prostitute. Anyway, we reached the goal. So watch this stream on, well, watch this stream every day, but watch this stream on Halloween, all right? The first half of the stream is going to be a normal, level-headed, sensible thing, okay? The second part of the stream is going to be an utter train wreck, all right? It's going to be an utter train wreck. So we'll see what comes out of that, right? Thank you all so much for the support. Thank you, Cat Peasant, for pushing us across the finish line. And that's very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. We met the sub goal right now, which is why I'm trying to catch up with everything. And this is going to be really terrifying for me, but really great for you guys. I don't know why she insisted on the lip thing, but there we are, right? Maybe it's expensive hair color? No. All right, that's fair enough, Marco. Don't miss Halloween, though. Enjoy, Cat Peasant. Again, thank you so much for the subs. Thank you so much. What a start, all right? What a start. I'm going to tell my kid that we reached the goal today. Now, I hope, all right, I hope that everything, I hope this feels like a good day, right? I got a good feeling about today. Well, okay, and then I knackered the stream. So, yes, okay, so I was planning on getting some things done today on stream. What a fool be I, of course. I don't have, I will get something more closer to, let's say, your time zone. It should be around maybe 2-3 o'clock your time zone. I will definitely save the VOD, right? I will definitely save the VOD. Yeah, well, sorry. Again, I'm a little bit taken back by this. Thank you so much, everyone who was gift subbing and subbing to help us reach the goal. I really appreciate that. It's very, very kind of you. And we got there. We got there. I will text. Oh yeah, I will definitely do the VOD. To all my patrons. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'll do the VOD. I'll do the VOD. Okay, so this is going to be one of those things that my child can look back at and be proud of her dad for doing, clearly. Would it be night your time? No, it's when my kid comes home from school. She's going to come home from school, and then she's going to get right on with the stabbing, right? I've been an official influencer for months, Mobprog. What are you talking about? I got a contract with a sponsor that says I'm an influencer. I've sold out months ago, right? No idea what you're talking about. So anyway, hello Bart, Bartek. Hello Prevan. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prevan. I appreciate that. You're also a paid influencer, yes. We'll get IRL content for trick-or-treating too. So I have to, so after the stream, I have to go trick-or-treating with my child because you can't just, you know. So I imagine that that's gonna be uncomfortable, especially since we're walking around our neighborhood as well. Right? How am I doing? I'm doing great, Prevan. I'm doing great. We reached the sub goal today. Cat Peasant pushed us over the finish line. So now, on Halloween, I have to dress up like a prostitute. I have a contract, Shenki. I have a contract. Indeed, right? Indeed. So yes, so we'll probably do a tea with toggle kind of stream on Halloween then, just because a setup is what I'm gonna need for this thing. I don't know how we're gonna get this to work, but we'll make it work somehow. Look at that. Look at that. 512 or 512, right? Are you for sale? I mean, if you have a good enough keyboard, Privan, let's talk. So yes, okay. Wow. So that was quite overwhelming and exciting, wasn't it? I said, I have a keychron. Listen, honey, you couldn't afford me, okay? What keyboard do I want? I don't know what next keyboard would be, right? I don't know. I'll be interested in trying something with a keywell, right? So either the Kinesis or the Glove 80. See, I would have been okay trying that. The only thing I don't like about the Glove 80 is that they picked the most remote place in the universe for the factory, so no one can order and get anything on time or send it back because, you know, it's in New Zealand. That's far away from everything, okay? Kinesis. I have a pair of woolly gloves. That's enough. Yeah, but do they have a keywell, though? Hello, Lexi. Moonlander has the same issue. Just all stuff is manufactured around there, so it makes sense. The Moonlander didn't have that long delivery, that big of a delivery issue for me. However, I didn't return it. I gave it away instead, right? Now, we're moving away from that, Alexa, because I'm a little bit bored talking about keyboards, not keyword. We can talk about keywords if you guys want. Are you guys into SEO? Do you want to talk about keyword density? Actually, you've done SEO in the 90s. Took 1 week to get it, going to Poland from New Zealand. Yeah, but you can't send it back, right? They even says on the website, don't try to send it back. Just sell it instead. It has a high resale value. Oh, well, come on, man. Anyway. Hello, Andy. How you doing? Yeah, I'm talking about the Glove 80. The Glove 80, they like, don't send it back, resell instead because there's a high resale value. And I'm like, yeah, no, right. It's like new Apple products. So anyway, how you doing? First of all, Sergeant Pepper, thank you for the raid. How you doing? Marco, thank you for the raid, although you probably have already left. What's your stream, Pepper? I'm slowly catching up. Cat Peasant has dumped all the subs this morning. All right. So we have reached our goal. That means that you are not to miss the stream on Halloween, or at least not the VOD. Okay, so I have no idea what today's stream is gonna be like. I was working on one of the videos this morning, and you know, it feels like a grind when you spend like 2 days and you have 2 minutes worth of video, right? But hey, there you go, right? What can you do? Well, first of all, I could spend less time on Damasre, like trying to get things perfect. That's a good place to start. But here we are. I think what we're gonna do today is we might get into a little bit of the old programming. We're gonna see about that though, right? I don't know if that makes sense, Shanky. I don't know if you're gonna get any particular discount. Thank you guys for the follow. I don't know if you're gonna get a discount, and doing so, you're gonna have to keep inventory. That's something a lot of people don't want to do these days. So. Should have it done by Christmas. Oh, wait, what? The keyboard? And also, Shanky, having storage space in London is going to be insanely expensive, right? So you're better off keeping your storage somewhere like in the outskirts or like on the coastline somewhere, maybe not in the city, right? Oh, the video, yes. The thing is, the video isn't really that long. It just takes a lot of time to do these things. But I don't want to do it on stream because it's it kind of ruins the finished product if you show people what you're working on while you're streaming, right? So, you know. Okay, it doesn't have to be a physical store, just a hub. Yeah, you have to route things, but then again, you're gonna, if you don't get enough of a discount for keeping inventory, then you're just running the risk of. Like, I can't see you making a lot of profit on that, right? I mean, how many Glove 80 or Kinesis 360 do you think you're gonna sell in a month? And you're gonna keep inventory for that, and you have to pay for the full inventory. So it means you have to get a discount, and that discount, that the spread basically has to cover your salary and shipping, right? I don't see that being. I think keyboards are too niche for that, right? You'd have to have like a serious discount for that to make sense. All right, so what should we do today? Should we get back into Anathema a little bit, maybe? Maybe we should have get into it a little bit and see if we can make some kind of progress, right? So where did we leave off? Yeah, it was the conversation about having a new kind of layout. So there are two issues outstanding. I did some work on. I wrote another program yesterday, but I can't show it to you because it's part of the video, right? But I was delighted at how quickly it was to write. Found a bug on dev doing so. So I should really try the program using the current branch, actually. I think a code-based tour takes way too long, Dayloop. That would be, in essence, the entire day just trying to unpack everything that is going on. But instead, what we're going to do is we're going to drink some tea, just you and me, and then you're going to tell me what exciting thing you're working on, and I'm going to hop into some programming. No, I'm going to show it to you. I'm just not showing it to you today. I have to wait until, well, you have to wait until I finish the video, right? It's in the video. Okay. You're not working on anything exciting? Wait, you're not working on anything existing. Do you mean exciting? That I understand, Privan. That I understand. So let's see. Yes, all right. Do we have like a new layout thing here? What's cell game? Oh yeah, we did that thing, didn't we? What's Resi? No one knows. New layout. That sounds like a good place to start. Oh yeah, we built a new tree for this thing as well, right? It's fun, RJ. It's fun. That is the worst excuse I've ever heard. All right. You can lie to us, but don't lie to yourself, okay? When you had a motorbike session, RJ, I'm guessing you did like the CBT thing, right? Let's run this code and see what's going on here. Okay, explicit panic. Here for the next one. It was the first hour. Ah man, where did you do where did you do yours? Well, I did mine up in Barnet. And then I did the once you got your license, do the police day that you start from Ace Cafe when you go riding with the police. It's kind of fun. Like they're nice people as well, right? Okay. I saw who was it that told me that Asmongold got banned, and I had to figure out why, and I went ahead and look at that, and I mean, you can't be surprised, right? All right. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to open that can of worm. I was just mildly intrigued, and I had to have a look, right? Okay, so should we do a little bit of yeah, probably D3. Should we have a little bit of look at these things, right? I'm confused. I haven't been cancelled yet. Don't worry, Privan. I'll help you. I kind of need to doodle, but I need to doodle on with like a pen and paper. But you guys can't see that. That's a problem. You only need one step, though, right? Okay. Okay, so what should we do for this thing then? How are we gonna keep this flow going, though? How are we gonna keep this thing going? I need to draw. I simply need to draw. Okay. We could use... I'm gonna try Excalibur again. Drat. Okay, so we're constructing a singular node as something that has a blueprint. Actually, it's not even a blueprint. That would be the description of how we do it, right? So it's gonna have blueprints where the children are the blueprints. That makes sense. So we can fetch this, but it feels so gross to do this. Can we store? Can we do this? Okay, let's see. Let's make a new type up here. And it's gonna have something that implements producer, right? This is going to be an iterator where the item is something. Let's make it a string. Now, question is, can we now do this where right? So technically we don't need that here. We just need it here. right? Actually, here we should be able to say self.producer.next, right? That was empty. So here, we want to be able to do something with a context. So, oh, but that doesn't work here. So, okay, so we can't do that then. So what I was trying to get around was having to store some kind of index into a collection. It just feels weird. It's just weird how all this works. No, I don't know. So that, okay, so that doesn't work. It would have been nice if we could have had something like a cycle, all right? Forget Excalibur. We could have done this. So this thing would just go around and around and around. Actually, I guess technically we could do this for the blueprints. So we get the next blueprint. That could work. Let's just put a value in there so we can actually see it. And then here, we're going to get a reference of blueprints. Oh, this is going to be interesting. What are we going to say there? I don't know what we can do. We need, first of all, I don't know why I did that, but we need a lifetime for the blueprint. We need to store the blueprints on the thing. So this thing is going to return a reference to our blueprint. So I guess we could attach this lifetime here. But now, yeah, we're not there yet, but we're gonna get there. So this thing has to have a lifetime of BP. Wow, how is this gonna work now? Oh, so it's we have to do an iter and then cycle. So that would be blueprints.iter. We can do into iter and then cycle. Is this, could we get this to work? Because of the lifetime now. You guys aren't trying hard enough. You're not getting to me. Not even a little bit. This is not anyone bringing their A game. This is very weak, low effort, right? You're not getting anywhere with this thing. You need to fix this, right? You need to up the ante a bit, right? All right, so that's why. Okay. Let's say that we have our blueprints here already then. As long as you guys don't say anything that's offensive to people or like personal attacks on people or racist or anything misogynistic or whatever, then I don't care. I'm not responsible for you guys. You do whatever, right? So I guess we could use an impl, or rather in this case, just I. So we do this here. Oh, okay, hang on, but oh yes, that's because this isn't owned. Shit, that could work. That could actually work. This works without us having to keep track of any index or counter or anything like that. That's really nice. That is really nice. Okay. Where do we take this then? So if we're gonna do... Doing great, Londa. How you doing? How you going? My wife sent me a happy penguin. I think she's new to the GIF thing. That sounds like a pretty good start, Londo. Happy to hear it. The bunny is currently at the vet. He survived the weekend. I was running back and forth, getting going outside, picking grass and dandelions. Back in, that's the only thing he's been eating now. So he eats some grass and dandelion, refused to eat pellets, refused to eat hay, won't eat carrots, apples, nothing. Only grass and dandelions, but he's eating, so that's good. We took him to the vet on, was it Saturday? And they said, come in and we're gonna have a look. We think it's either it could be an ear infection or it could be the E. coli thing in the brain, which difficult it is. And but he's there now, and hopefully everything's fine. I'm waiting to hear back. I said to the wife, if you hear anything from them, just text me. But if he dies, don't text me that, because that's not very good. So all in all, hopefully it's gonna be okay, Riz. Once we figure out what's going on. Okay, so we have blueprints now, and I'm hoping we can sort of just go down the chain. No, because then we're pulling. We're doing this again. Yeah, I'm feeling good about it. He's not himself. Normally he'll when you go into the living room in the morning, he'll run up to you and expects food and stuff. But he doesn't do that now. He just goes and sits in the corner and looks really miserable. And sometimes he looks happy, and sometimes he looks miserable. So it's really hard to say. So at first we thought it was depression, because that happens to bunnies. And then we thought maybe it's an ear infection. It didn't have a fever, so it might not be that. I have no idea what it would be, right? Absolutely no idea, right? I'm just guessing. So we'll see. Hopefully they'll come up with something and can figure it out, right? Okay, so what do we have now? This means that we can get a hold of the next blueprint. So we're tracking that part. Think of the follows. So we're tracking that part. But what about nested blueprints then? See, that's a problem. So if we change this to an enum, and we say that this thing has either a single value or it has many. Okay, so far so good. Now we need to make this thing dig into many. So we need to make it go further if we have a many. So let's add a many to this one. And we'll add, we just add a larger number here. Whoops. Like that. But instead of doing this, we want to kind of dig into it. So we are looking at, we're looking at a blueprint. This one should break it down to print out 100, 101, 102, right? Now, this is something we can do with a stack and a loop. This is something we can do with a visitor, but we'll see what we can do going from here, right? I can't believe you guys stopped trolling already. That was very... I don't know, man. It just feels like there was no energy, no effort. I don't think you guys even dislike Mondays. I think you're all just happy to be back at work, and you probably are very content with your life as well. I see no misery. Not impressed. Okay, so if we're gonna do this, then we have to put a thing attached to another thing. And that would have helped if I didn't call the thing a thing, right? Life is great. Again, this would have been so much easier with the visitor pattern, right? It would have made that a lot easier. So where's the difficulties here? The difficulties come in to play when we have an existing tree that has to be modified. So we have a tree that's gonna change. By the way, for any upcoming like TUI toggle thing, don't forget to dump questions, right? I haven't given up on this format. Whoops, couldn't do that. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. There we go. But I need more topics of conversation, right, for us to do this. So this would have been helped by putting things in here, but I don't think that's the right way to go about this. Now everything is pre-generated and stuffed into the tree. And I don't know if that's the right thing to do. Maybe. Maybe we don't. No, that doesn't work. Okay, so the goal is to be able to generate a flat list from these. And this is arguably simple, but at the same time, it isn't. Because we have things that can exist in the tree as well. But I think I'm confusing two separate issues now. So by jamming something into the tree, it means that what are the rules around that? Man, this is depressing. I can't even finish a thought. Okay. Draw. Close enough. Let's make a little box. Do we have alignment for these things? Is there such a thing? Whoops. Is there such a thing as alignment in this? Can we select these and just line them up like that? Do we have distribution as well? No, we do not. Oh, boo. Well, then we could just as well have used Inkscape, couldn't we? I mean, at least a Philistine. That is not a good anything. Okay, I'm sorry, it's not. Let's just make a new document. We could. Why does it always open so big as well, right? I don't think so. Let's see. We can make the desk darker. And we can make the page darker as well for this. So we can go into something like there, maybe. That's a very non-offensive, simple thing, right? So here we can at least draw boxes now and just throw them out there. So at least with this thing, we can align and distribute, right? And that changes the height of all of them. That's interesting. So if we do this, will it distribute all of them based on that? Yeah, it will. Nice. There you go. Foss in action. Okay. So once we build up the nodes in the tree, then we render these nodes. I don't want to risk rebuilding the frame every time. So let's say the one node is changing. Okay. If this node is removed, then that's easy enough to just remove it from the tree. Let's have a look at the code that removes a node from the tree. Not that. Okay, here's one. Okay, it's that simple. We just remove it. All right, and is there an insert as well? It is. There is an insert. And this one will actually do what we're supposed to do. It will insert in the right place and update the tree accordingly. Okay. Maybe this isn't so bad then. Maybe we should just focus on the virtual list in that case. Okay, before we do that then, let's go into demo. And let's see what this thing does. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so this one's gonna fill up the tree with gunk. Let's not do that. Let's have a value in here instead. Yeah, that doesn't work, does it? Why? Well, actually, there are no children in there, so it's just going to be state value. That's why. Okay, that is working. That is not working. Fiddlesticks. Oh, damn. Why is the container not drawing? But this bug, this code doesn't work on dev. So if we were to change the toml file and then do a cargo add get and then we change this to be branch dev. Oh yeah. Mierda. All right. So this shouldn't work now. And it doesn't. So this is an issue on the dev branch. If we change this to the main branch, this should work now. Well, no, it doesn't. Because I'm using the word state here. Right, this is on the dev branch. This is clearly not working. The green square is staying put. If we change it to the main branch, this should now work. Yeah, and this works on our version, which is good. So this means that we are fixing a bug in the process. As long as we remember to update that to state. All right, and this should not caused the issue that was being caused on the dev branch as well. But you can't hear my CPU fans going crazy, but they were on the dev branch. So we're close. Then I guess we just have to make the... Maybe we just have to make the updates good in that case. What do you think? The virtual list. Okay, forget the third rendering. We'll do a virtual list instead. I think that's going to be more advantageous. Hello, Tempe. How you going, mate? Happy to hear that. Nice. Was it a good wedding? Last wedding I went to was in Kew Garden. What should we do here? Simple, but lots of food. I mean, that sounds great. I don't like all the pomp and nonsense, right? That doesn't make anyone comfortable, and no one's having a good time until they're drunk. So I think having less fancy wedding, more chill and relax, it's definitely my cup of tea. You know, it doesn't have to be, you know, £100,000 worth of weddings, right? Just, you know, good food and you know what have you, and it's good. Yeah. Okay. How do we make a virtual list then? How can that work? Yeah. I mean, like no one enjoys wearing all that nonsense, right? Maybe the bride, but that's about it. A virtual list would be something that we can adjust offsets from. So you can have a million entries in the virtual list, but you're only sort of projecting n number of entries into an actual list. Was it a whole weekend thing, Tempe, or? I'm guessing it was your sister's wedding. No need to confirm. Okay. Was I right that it's really creepy that I knew that? It wasn't? Alright, good. Just guessing. So, okay. Hello, Andres. How you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Happy Monday. Welcome, Raiders. We're not getting anything done today, Andres. Hopefully you got something done today. Enjoy your supermarket foods, mate. Okay, so... Oh, right. It was better? Yeah, nice one, nice one. I've had a series of bad ones. And you know, Andres, do you ever do the thing where you look at the viewer numbers as well? When you're having a bad stream, you start like fretting about that too. If you do, don't do it. Stop doing it. That's right. We have 10 viewers. That is something that I'm always gonna have on this stream. But that until Tanaka says you can do your own damn bot and take it away. I did, man. It is such I don't know why we as streamers do this to ourselves. Like, I'm having a bad stream. Let's look at the viewer numbers, and if they're low, I can feel even worse about myself. Yeah, that was some years ago. This is not so right now I am all right, I'm not gonna wallow in misery too much, right? But I'm waiting to hear back about the bunnies. I'm happy about that. And I'm also stressing a little bit about this project, right? Because I've been working on this for so long, and it's just driving me a little bit around the bend, right? I average about 2 viewers. What are you streaming, Rizbuzz? It's the same on YouTube. It says this video is underperforming. Really? That's a thing, Hugodos? Do YouTube literally like viewership shame you? Have to balance productivity and yeah, and that's a difficult one, you say. So it depends on what you're doing, right? If you're tackling a simple subject that you know inside out, or like you don't have any problems talking about it, then it's fine. This, on the other hand, I'm completely at loss here, right? Oh, really, Riz? All right, well, why don't I just give you a follow then and have a look? Have a look at what you're doing. Your account is about as old as mine. You recently started? Or you recently started doing Rust? Okay, so what am I griping about here, right? I'm trying to come up with some clever. So, I mean, maybe like I need some back and forth here, right? I need a back and forth here. They show a big red arrow and offer ways to increase viewership. Most of them are like TikTok influencer level tips. Really? So good. I don't think my videos have a particularly sensible amount of anything, but they don't show any they don't shame me, at least. Let me have a look at my videos on the live channel. Content. Let's look at how my last video performed, especially since I forgot to make it public for the better part of the day. Analytics. 8 views, okay. But there's no red arrows there, though. That's something. There's no red arrows. That's good. Okay. On the overview page? Okay, maybe I jumped the gun a bit. Hang on. Where's the overview page? Yeah, so it looks like this on the ship. Okay, no, don't do that. Reattach that, please. There we go. Detach this thing, right? So it looks like this, right? But there's no red arrows though, right? I got my 8 views, man. I got my 8 views. Temporis, quickly, give me an idea for a video. Oh, okay, of my whole channel, okay. Soon, Temporis, soon. But I don't know if it's gonna be to your. I don't know if it's gonna be fun for you, right? 8 views on your current live stream. No, that was my last video that had 8 views. My last live stream in total had 8 views. Okay. I don't do anything to promote my YouTube thing, and so I just really have the live YouTube channel for storing the VODs. No, it doesn't say anything. There's like creator insights, no, creator insider, but nothing. There's no red arrows, even though I'm really certainly underperforming. Oh, all right. These are being picked. You have to wait a few days. Theo, how you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Last video performance. Okay. Thank you for the raid, Theo. How you doing? All right. Okay. Let's. Where do I find this thing? Right. Latest video performance. I'm going to YouTube Studio, and then latest video performance. Well, okay. That one's saying 0 view, 0 average view, peak of current view 0. No red arrows, though. No red arrows. All right, I'm going to stop looking at that up. All I know is you're mostly interested in doing Rust edutainment, though personally, I'm more interested in hearing you break down the solutional stuff you have had to solve. Okay. All right, let's explore that, Temporis. Okay. More of an edutainment devlog. Okay, how... Huh. Okay. All right, have a good day, Theo. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. I'm just don't, man. Hi. Anyway, you can't have red arrows with 0. Well, Hugo does. I have solved the problem of YouTube viewer shaming you. Don't have any viewers. Problems solved. Right. An edutainment devlog. Ooh, yes. Okay. That we could do. Right. So now we just have to fit this in with the rest of the streaming, right? I promise you guys I will stream every day. As long as it's physically possible. If I get like really ill or whatever, then you're gonna get a very short stream with me going, and then the end ends, right? Oh, dude, like, let me show you what I'm currently working on, okay? I'm not trying not to spoil this thing, right? I'm not trying not to spoil this thing too much, but yeah, there is graphics in all of these things that we're talking about, and like definitely all of these things. Why is this thing so? Anyway, I'm not gonna spoil the video, but I only have 2 minutes and 12 2 minutes and 21 seconds, and it's taken me 2 days to work on this thing, right? Because I throw way too much stuff in there, right? So I am more than happy to throw diagrams and animations in there. The more of that stuff I do, the better I'm gonna get at doing it. And it's actually quite relaxing to sit and do this stuff before stream. So you sit and you animate things and you re-record things. There's like continuity is the right? Because I realized that I started recording the stream. So I started recording the video wearing a black t-shirt, but the little bubbles in the corner, it's a different color t-shirt, right? I mean, no one cares, but I care. So yeah, I mean that would be pretty, like, maybe that would be a good way to do right. Let's do new video ID. Edu, what did you call it? Like edu blog maint. All right, there we go. Build a project from scratch. Document hurdles to overcome. Have a picture. Have some cake. Perfect. See, that's the problem with continuity, though, you say, right? That would only work if all your t-shirts are green, right? Like, if you have more than 2 different kinds, then that's it, right? But I have to buy new clothes. I don't fit in my old clothes. It's fun and terrible at the same time, right? Hello, Emil. How are you doing? Don, welcome Raiders. How you doing? How's your stream? All right. Have a good one. I'm just gonna keep an eye on the phone. Still haven't heard anything from the vet. So we gotta figure out what the next project's gonna be then, right? I don't know if building something with Anathema will be good for that, but that would be useful for describing how that works as well. Do you guys watch a lot of devlog videos? Do you guys like those? I don't know what we're gonna do with this unwrap here. I don't know why we have this unwrap there. Apparently. Oh, that's an option. I bet we could map this to an error though. Really? Now, what's the options equivalent of this thing? Dev U. Rust option. Something here that is going to return a result. Okay, or that's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for. There was no need for that unwrap to ever be there. Well, yes, it had to be there for a little bit, but that. All right. Then we have to start a new project soon. Then I have to finish this thing so we can start a new project soon. The value has to be scoped to the current binding, not the iterations, and the collection might changed more than once. And oh yeah, I remember this thing. This comment's gonna be here forever. It is a very important comment. All right, if you ever had a comment that was important in your life, then you would know. All right, that was a dumb thing to say. Okay, moving on. Let's see. So I'm trying to come up with this idea of a virtual list, but maybe we don't do that then. Fuck me, come on, just pick something to work on, you long-haired freak. Love yourself. Okay, not in public though. So, going a bit crazy, going in circles. I'm going in circles. So either we load too many items up and we're okay with that, or we do partial rebuild of the tree. We have to do one of them, though. One of them, because this thing is incomplete. All right, this is incomplete. It doesn't work yet. Hello, Leet. We'll go with that one, Temporis. I think we'll go with that one. I wonder if I can do the virtual list after the fact, right? Or after we've done that, rather. I think that should be okay, but I don't know. I have tried fish shell lead, yes. Do we need different? Well, it says no one's gonna see my butt, or it's gonna have to be in my face. And I think, Scott, that it's a balloon, but I could be mistaken. Did you like it? I'm using it for the first time. Might be my new permanent shell. Yeah, I've been using it for years. Hello, Mr. Josh. How you doing? Yeah, I never really cared much for bash scripting. No one's gonna see my butt. Oh, Mr. Josh, we're doing dress up on Halloween. Hello, over there. We're doing dress up on Halloween, or rather, my kid is gonna put makeup on my face for Halloween, and this is gonna happen live on stream because we reached the sub goal. The trees are actually quite easy to work with in Rust. Okay, let me show you guys some things here, right? A tree in Rust can be a very simple thing, right? You can have something as fundamentally simple as a node with a value and some children, right? And there you go. Now you have a tree. It's as simple as that. And if you were to build up a tree, you can also do something like we can do this. So now we can have a tree here. This is in my video, by the way. So we can dictate what type of tree do we want. We want a tree with strings, right? So let's have a stack. We're just gonna make a vec here. And in this, we're gonna put a mutable reference to the tree. And now we can loop here. And we'll say is equal to stack.pop. So this is an alternative to the Vista pattern, right? So you can do something with the value here if you want to. And then finally, you say for child in node.children without extra b's. And stack.push child, right? So this is reasonably simple. This allows us to iterate through a tree. There's a very basic tree. This is how we can iterate through all the children, or how we can get access to all the children in the tree, right? Trees in Rust do not have to be complicated. There are a different kind of tree that we can make. Let's see if this thing works now, right? No, stop trying to dox me as well. No, the bot's not. It's not set up for it yet. But let's do a trees at, and then what? How far into this is it? 1 hour. There we go. Right, make our own mark. Okay, so this would be one way of making a tree. Another way of making a tree, we're gonna call it tree B, right? Or treb. There we go, okay? It's to make a flat tree. So now, instead of having this hierarchy of values, we can have a flat tree where we have the values in a vec of t, and then we're gonna have the children. It's gonna be a vec of, this might look familiar to you, vec of view size. And for the sake of conversation, we're gonna call this thing an immutable tree, even though that's entirely incorrect because it is not immutable. You can very much mutate it, but it's an append-only tree. That's what we're gonna call this thing, not immutable. Now, this doesn't have to be an append-only tree. The reason I'm saying it's an append-only tree is because I have no interest in updating this tree any more than I have to, right? So if we're to import this tree now, and we have something like an insert, right? Into the tree, we're gonna have a value. Well, first we need a mutable reference to self. Then we need a value. And we're gonna return the tree index, which is just gonna be a use size for now, okay? This is why this is an append only, because you cannot change without doing bookkeeping, right? So once we do an insert, we're gonna have an ID. That's what we're gonna return, or an IDX then, right? Self.values.len, and then we're gonna return that. And then here we're gonna do children, or rather self.children.push. And what are we gonna push? We're gonna push an empty vec to this thing, right? Okay, so then we can have another function called add child, or add child, and then we have a mutable reference to self. We're gonna have a parent, which is a use size. We're gonna return the use size for the child, and we could store a separate list of parents when we do this thing. So parent is an option of a use size, right? Oops. Would you please, Hans, don't, you know. Right? So we can do this, and when we do an insert, we're gonna add a parent if there is one, children, blah, blah, blah. You know how this works, right? So self.parents.push parent, and that's gonna have to be some. I guess an insert works just as well then, right? That's pretty silly, right? So once we do an insert of a value, we also have to find the parent. If let some parent equals to parent, then we have to grab the children of the parent, which is going to give us a vec, and we're going to push the index there. All right. hopefully that made sense. So now we have an entirely flat tree. Well, I say that, but we clearly don't. But we kind of have a flat tree. If we truly make this an append-only tree, then we could do something a little bit more clever and encode the length in here. So this could be a vec of usize only, right? But then we're going to have to do some rather silly things when it comes to traversing that list, right? So instead, we're going to leave it like this. And now if you want to iterate over this tree, then all you have to do is just start iterating over the values, right? So to have something like silly things, fun things, not, yeah, but it would be like really inefficient, right? So if we were to encode the length followed by the value for every one of these, right? Which is what we do for our change list, but that one makes sense because that one has to be drained from start to finish, right? In our path list, right? This one has to be drained from start to finish. So this one looks, let's see if we have something that makes sense, right? Yeah, so you can push different values and you can just grab the next value, but you can't do anything else. You can push values to it and then you can consume it. And when you finish consuming the last one, it becomes empty. And that's it. So in this case, if we wanted to find a particular value, we would have to start from the beginning. This is very much like following a linked list, right? You have to look at the length and then offset with those values. And then look at the length again and offset with those values, right? So it would be a constant case of doing that. And you could never insert children once you've created it because you can't insert anything in the middle without having to recompute the offset, which would be right. So it's an length encoded length prefix list. Very useful for some things, not very useful for something that is dynamic like a tree, right? But in this case, we could now iterate over all the values in the tree by just iterating over the values, right? So we have access to. So to do the change here, where we would take each value and add 1 to it, right? Yeah, that ain't gonna work with strings. Right, so to take every value and add 1 to it, with this tree, all we would have to do is just iterate over these values and add 1 to all of these values, right? Instead of having to create this stack and do this kind of mutation of the values, right? So this is sort of a, faster to modify randomly, right? As in, not randomly, but as in like you don't have, you're going to perform like large operations on this thing, right? If you wanted to iterate through the whole tree anyway, you would have to start with, I guess you would just start with the first value. So it would be something like 0 for the root, and then the children would be 0 as well, right? Hello, Dottie. And then you would just go from there, right? So all the children that you find there, you're going to iterate through them. So for child in children, and that's going to give you the next index, right? So you would do something like tree dot values child. That's going to give you the index, and then the child's children would be tree dot children of the child value, right? Like so. And again, if you're gonna traverse the tree, you have the same problem as you do with this one, that you're going to have to build up a stack if you're going to do it. If, again, you don't use the visitor, right? But this is another way of having a tree that you can tinker with. And then there's like a middle ground to all this thing, which is going to be tree A. Why don't we? Tree A.ars. So for this one, This is what I have opted for with Anathema. So we're gonna do something. We're gonna store the values in a vec, right? Although technically it's not a vec, but let's not get into that, right? And then we have the actual structure of the tree, the layout of the tree. And that's going to be our nodes. And all the nodes do is just keep track of the structure, right? So a node holds a value index and it holds children, which is a vec of node. So a node is actually really small-ish. No, that can't be copy. Silly gherkin. Okay, yeah, all right. So that one has to be generic over T, obviously, right? So in this case, we have a value that is pointing into values here, and then we have the children. So performing operations on the tree is relatively simple. It's a lookup of the value, and the bookkeeping isn't too horrifying when it comes to this stuff, right? It's not too horrifying. And once you get that sorted, when you have like remove, so removals are gonna be the hardest thing to do in this tree, right? So if we were to import the tree here, and we have a, well, let's have a remove instead. We're not going to return anything. The reason we can't really return anything, because we're not, I mean, we can, but what is it that we're returning? The value or the value of all the children? It doesn't quite make sense, right? So the first thing we'd have to do is we have to get the node in question, right? So in this case, we don't actually have a root node, but we could have had a singular node as a root node. If I could just, please, there we go, right? So we start off by getting the node that we're going to remove. So that'll be self.nodes.remove the key. And now we have taken that node out, right? But it doesn't quite stop there, because we have to remove all the values for this as well, right? So self.values, values.remove key. So now we remove the value as well. Mind you, this is operating on a vec, okay? But you have to imagine that this is a slab instead, okay? All right, something like that. Given that, actually, that one is probably not. But given that these things can change, so when you remove a value, you're not going to shift all the other values and so on and so forth, right? If you use the node path thing that we use in Anathema, you're going to have to go and deal with that as well, right? But luckily for me, that's already, like, I've already solved that, so I don't have to cry about that again, right? So now that we have a node, then we have to go and remove all the children from the node. And this is where this is going to be a little bit hairy. Because if we look at tree B, we can see that no, not tree B. Well, the first tree, the value is associated here. So by just removing a child, we've also removed a value, right? The value is already gone. Bam, right? How you doing, Perkins? But in this case, we're just going to remove the value and we're going to forget about it, right? And now we have to go through each node. And this is why this is good and bad at the same time, right? The values are detached from the nodes themselves, right? So we can actually implement the removal on the node. We can take ownership of self. We can have values here, which can be a mutable reference to T. No, a slice. No, a vec T in this case, or technically a slab T, right? So then we will go through each child for child in node.children, and then we can just drain this one if we wanted to, right? There's no reason to keep that around. And then child.remove, and we're going to pass in a mutable reference self.values. So we let each child clear off the values, right? And what's the first thing the child's going to do? It's going to remove the value, right? So values.remove self.value. And then finally, whoopsie, extra whoopsie. There we go, right? Self.children drain, and then we're going to pass in values to hither as well, right? Okay, then be like that, right? So this one is not too hard to sort of figure out, right? So we remove one, we have to clean up the children as well, right? That's right, Copper. That's right. Yeah, so this would be another form of tree that you can implement in Rust, right? So Rispas, they aren't really that complicated, but the one that is right for you depends very much on what your needs are, right? Now, when you normally think about a tree, you might be thinking about something that is a tree where each node is something else. So we're gonna do tree C. There we go, right? Where a node looks a little bit like this. But you have a parent that's a weak pointer to a node T, right? And then you have children, which is a vec of node T. And then you're gonna hold the actual value as well, which is T. I guess we don't really need the tree itself, right? The root node here makes sense, okay? So now I just picked RC. In general, you probably would have something like a vec, or not a vec, a const node T, right? So a pointer to the parent. Why I'm saying a const node T, this tree is like, this is already a complete train wreck and a disaster, right? But if we think about trees in other languages, right? You probably would allocate memory, build these things up, and then just follow the pointers, right? But there isn't really that big of a difference when it comes to. So I get pissed off before I even finish my sentence because I know what people are gonna say, and I'm gonna say something to you now, okay? I need you to refrain from being an idiot, okay? You might feel compelled to reach for the keys, but I want you to just say to yourself, it's okay. I don't have to, right? It's not changing anything. No one really cares. Okay, so now that I said that, right, there's not really that much of an overhead to follow an index into a vector as it is to dereference a pointer. Remember what I just said to you, okay? Remember what I just said to you. So, yeah. So having a vector, and you know what the nice thing about that is, though? By using the indices into a collection, and that is... really don't, Rispas. Really don't. Because what happens is if you dereference a dangling pointer, you're right? There's no coming back from that. But if you index into a collection incorrectly, the worst case scenario, you get incorrect data. Now that's obviously bad, but it's not as bad as leaking passwords and what have you, right? Thank you, Doddy. There really isn't... I think if you made a tree with 50, 100 nodes in it or whatever, right? You're not going to convince me that using pointers are better in that case. I mean, yes, if it's in a language like C, that's your choice, or that's what you do. But because you don't have, you can't have, infinitely sized types in C either, right? Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to see, Cat Peasant just kind of knocked us out of the park there, didn't he? Danger Rust. Let's have a look. What's Danger Rust? Temporus, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Temporus. How do we do stretch goals? I don't think you can. Thank you so much, Temporus. That is so nice of you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, so this guy wrote a blog post about the type state pattern, which is really good. It's an old post. Wow, he's active. Goodness me, how are we gonna find this? Because I really want to link this because it's a really good blog. Oh wow, it's been a long time since I read his blog apparently. There you go, 2019. This is a really good post. This is a get out of here with that. Stop doxing me, you toilet. There we go. So this is a really good read. If you don't know what the type state pattern is and you're interested in it, again, if you guys like my my visitor pattern video, I will be happy to make one about type state as well, right? This is really good, right? Anyway, I'm happy to see this person pop up on my radar again. You can't write C in just any old language, so this is gonna be good, right? I'm guessing again. Thank you so much, Temporis. I'm guessing that he is talking about the multitude of invariants that you have to uphold in Rust that don't exist in C, right? Like the double aliasing and all that stuff, right? Let's have a look. Okay, all right, maybe not. All the allow nonsense. Yeah, all right, that's fine. Data, well, we don't really care about that. I was kind of hoping he would talk about that. Maybe not. This could be a good read, though. I think we're gonna chuck a bookmark here and come back to that one. I don't think so. I don't know about C++ or C for that matter to have any real comments on that, but the fundamental fact is that they are different languages, right? I mean, just because you see a person that looks a little bit like your girlfriend doesn't mean they're gonna be the same person. You should definitely not try to go make out with them, right? So comparing languages, it's just something we humans do because we need like a familiarity with something, right? I mean, we start building this like Rolodex of stuff in our brains at an early age, and we start making these associations, right? So A is like B, therefore I have some understanding of B. That's kind of how we work as humans, right? You learn how to operate a door, then you get introduced to a window, and you can open a window like you can open a door, but you're not going to exit the building through the window, maybe. I mean, it depends on what, the nature of you are, right? Or is, but, but I think it's a very human thing to do, Elite. I think people who programmed OCaml is going to say, oh, Rust looks like OCaml. People who program Ruby, it's like, oh, Rust looks like Ruby. People who program Java have no friends and don't hang out here. But anyway, I kid. I know you're out there, okay? You're safe here. But yes, so there are definitely a lot of similarities, and they have absolutely nothing to do with anything, right? Because the moment you start saying, okay, this thing is almost like this thing, you're going to run into issues. And if you don't allow your perception of the thing to change, if you don't understand that this is a different thing, you're going to do terrible things and have a terrible time with it, right? So, so yeah, it looks nothing like Python. I'll see to that. Oh shit, I can't write in there anyway. Okay. Let me show you this. Oh, for flip's sake. Oh, it's not gonna, it doesn't show. There you go, all right? Your move, RJ. Your move. All right, this doesn't really look a lot like Python, given that we have all of these things in there. But this is Iter Tools, which is based on sort of on Python's list comprehension and the likes. But it's all done with macros and stuff. I was kind of hoping that this thing would have some like more Python-looking examples, but it really didn't. Right? It really didn't. Okay. So yeah. So like there is very little reason for you to actually reach for unsafe. The thing is, I've said this in the past as well, and I'll say it again. Building with Rust and vectors is really powerful, and there's a real bonus to this as well, right? Let me show you something here, right? Let's do another main function, and let's say that we have a function here, and here. How should we do this? So we want to have pointers. Okay, we can start with the fundamentals, right? Or with the most basic of examples here, right? So let's say that we have a bunch of values in here. Now, this happens to be numbered. There are copy types, but whatever, right? So now, if I want to, I can say the 2 is equal to values 1, right? Now that makes sense. I'm gonna borrow that thing, right? Now, if I make this into a pointer instead, I'm allowed to do this. Assuming I know how to write. So I can now move the values. Actually, that should be plural, right? Can I just throw the microphone? Do you guys need me to talk, right? Can I just get rid of the microphone, please? And then it will be values there. Okay. I'm Veils. All right. I thought we were done with the whole wedding thing, right? But there you are. So, all right, I can do this even though I'm holding a pointer to a value. I can now dereference the value if I want to, right? All shit will ensue if I do this. All right. I move the values, they're gone. However, right, if we don't do it this way, if we get rid of this thing and we just do this thing and we get rid of this bullshit, this code, well, it will compile because I'm not using the code. Let's use the code. Oh man, that is an awkward thing to write. Okay, there we go, right? This still works. Right? This code will still compile. This code will not compile. Okay? So 1-0 to indices, right? All right, enjoy, Scott. See you in a bit. So we can't do this thing. Here's another thing, right? Let's see if I can make this thing fail on us now. Oops, that was not the kind of failure I was after. That's more of a personal failure. Whoops, there's another one of those, right? I'm gonna have a lot of those. Whoops. There we go, right? Okay, string from hello world, all right? Let's do more string and then and another one into, okay? Right, so we have a couple of strings here made in a few different super awkward ways, right? Because we can. Now, here's the thing, right? If we're gonna have more string here, like this, and we're gonna run this thing and it's gonna type out more string. So far, so good, yes? Mm-hmm, yep, you agree, very good. So what's the capacity of our vector? We need to know that first. And that's gonna be values.capacity. All right, 3, even better. Do you know what happens when we push a value in there? If we do values.push, oopsie. All right. If we look at the capacity of this thing now, values, we might have to push one more value in there, right? Nope, it's 6. All right, it doubled in capacity. What does that mean? That meant that something moved. Okay, something has moved to somewhere else. Okay. But let's not just be satisfied with that, right? We're gonna really go to town with this stuff, right? So let's grab the second one that we have here, or more. But really, what I want to know about more is what the capacity is. What's the capacity of more? It's 11. Okay, cool. So what's the size of this thing? It's 11. All right, cool beans. You know what I can do? I can do this. Okay. What's the capacity now? Is it going to be 14? Or is it going to be a lot more? It's going to be 22. Okay. Now, here's the thing. If this thing is 22, that means that this thing also moved. Right? But if we keep saying that more is 1, that's the index into the list, we now have to worry about that. Already mentioned it in the Discord, Inigo. We don't have to worry about that. All right? We can just get this value whenever we want and do whatever we want and not run the risk of anything, right? Well, I mean, we can't really if I do that, right? Can we? Did not want to start debugging there. All right. Okay, it's still going to be 22. This is a longer string, and we are running out of capacity, right? Now it's on 72. Okay? 72. Again, this means the things have moved, right? What does that actually mean, right? Well, it means that it has potentially moved, okay? We're gonna print out the values as well. Let's just print out the we're gonna go with more 1 here, okay? But remember that this is about pointers too, right? So let's have a more pointer, and that's gonna be a reference to values 1 or more, rather, right? Okay. Now, we might get the same value out twice now, or we might not, right? But if we were to look at the pointer of the first value in the string, right? That's what's relevant to us now, okay? When we get down here. If we print out the pointer value of more pointer, and we're also going to print out the pointer value of the more string, right? So let's grab this thing, and then we want to get the pointer of this into raw parts, perchance. Is that a thing? And this thing is going to be a tuple. All right, Rust analyze the soil itself, but let's use part 0 here. See if that works. Nope. Oh, come on, Rust. No. We're not giving up yet, right? We can get there. From raw parts. This is the one I want to use, right? Okay, we can get the underlying byte vector from here. And if we were to go and look at a slice, maybe that can give, oh, come on. Maybe that can give us the raw parts of this thing. That's a lot you can do with a slice. There you go. As pointer. Maybe that's sufficient. Okay, so if we just do as pointer on that thing, that might work, right? So as pointer, is that gonna give us what we need, right? Now, these two are not the same address, as you can see. If you look at the end of this thing, which means that the pointer that we have is actually invalid. So it would technically be undefined behavior to dereference this pointer now, right? Because this thing has moved. We can try this. We can see what happens here, right? So we're gonna take our more pointer and we're just gonna read this thing, right? Well, double free isn't really the issue. Okay. So this might work. This might work, but this is definitely not okay to do. Whoopsie. Right. So we're getting a double free. That's an unrelated issue, right? We're reading this thing and then we're gonna free this thing, but we're also gonna free it from here. So in reality, we have to forget this, right? We have to forget the string from here. And now we no longer get the double free, but what is this? What is it that we're actually looking at here? Okay. So unlike the index, which is gonna change, well, it's not gonna change, but it's gonna point into a position inside the vector. But the vector can move, but as far as we're concerned, we don't have to worry about that because we're just referring to a value by its index. We just load the value. It's not that big of a difference from dereferencing the pointer, right? You go to a memory location, you look up what's at the memory, right? There's slightly more stuff going on with a vector, and you might end up, and this is what people cried a lot about, but I think that's unnecessary. That's bounce checking, right? People cried a lot about bounce checking and be like, oh, bounce checking, my code is slow and all that. And I say, I'd rather pay the penalty for bounce checking in a lot of cases for you to not make a mistake, okay? I'm okay with that, right? I give you some extra CPU cycles. I'm all right with it. You can do your bounce checking, right? And we'll be fine with it. So, matter of fact, what we could do here, if we did something like this, assert that the more is a less than values.length, right? Ooh. If we do this, bounce checking needed, right? Since more is not mutable and values doesn't change here, this would potentially be able to optimize the bounce checks out of your code as well, right? It's not only the CPUs are fast enough. Remember that it's one bounce check once, right? In this entire code block here. Now, I am presuming that's the case, all right? I'm not gonna prove this to you because I don't know if this is true, right? I can't read the assembly well enough to tell you that, right? But to my understanding, there is one bounce check being done here, and really that's here, right? Because we've established the more is going to be less than the values, and the length of the values doesn't change. Well, at least not in that direction. We never remove, right? So the cost of looking up a value isn't really that much more than dereferencing a pointer, right? And I think people who argue that Rust bounce checking makes the code slow, I think they are either they are trying to sound more important than they are, or let me rephrase that. Either they're trying to make their product out to be more important than it is, or alternatively, they have just picked up on that one person where this is actually true. The one use case. And they're using that. And you ask someone, okay, so what is it that you're making that needs to be so fast? A to-do application, obviously. What else would I be making, all right? So if you aren't if you aren't writing something that is insanely performance critical, and at this point you understand what it means to optimize for true performance critical code, right? Meaning you've eliminated all other code issues, right? All other, you've got no more branching code, and you got rid of your bounds checking, and there's not an if else in sight for miles, right? Maybe you can cry about the bounce checking, but until you're there, you're not going to convince me that doing bounce checking is bad, right? Yes, but I never claimed it didn't. What I'm specifically saying is this. If you are worried about the bounce checking, chances are you don't even know, okay? You don't even know. That's all I'm gonna say. You don't even know, right? If you're worried about bounce checking, but you don't understand what box does, then you are delusional, right? Water cooker devs in shambles. Yeah. The fact that Rust has so many features to secure your software without compromising performance that much is awesome. Absolutely. And here's the thing. Here's the thing that rubs me the wrong way sometimes, right? People will complain about an aspect of Rust and completely ignore how Rust will their mess, right? So you're like, oh no, Rust is doing bounce checking. Yeah, but the memory leaks in your code, dangling pointers, double free, data races, all this bullshit you have in your code, right? But no, we're gonna cry about Rust bounce checking, making your code slow, right? It's a nonsense. You're a nonsense. You stop being a nonsense. Right? Now, I do wonder how my nonsense is doing. I haven't heard anything from the vet, and I'm getting a little bit anxious now. No, it is not. So here's a thing that people have also misunderstood when it comes to Rust safety, that when you try to index into a value, okay, let's delete all this bullshit now, all right? And we do this, values, large number, okay? This will, for flip's sake, all right? This will be an index out of bounds. If I run this in release mode, and this would be allowed to compile, this would be a disaster, because that means that this would be, what memory is this even, right? We have no idea what's there, right? We have no idea what's at that memory location. So if we removed bounce checking, that would be terrible, right? That would be terrible. Yes, panic has nothing to do with the memory safety of Rust. And this is also another misconception that I've heard. Thing is, I made a comment, I made a list of like video IDs a while ago. I posted this list on Discord, and it was like completely without context. And let me see if it's up here somewhere, right? Just because it was so dumb. All right, I can't find it now. So, all right. Oh, here we go, right? So, try to find source for the numbers I shared on stream today. Instead, I found these notes in a document. This document: myths of Rust, throw bunny shit, Canada. Those are 3 words I have written in video IDs, right? I don't think these are actual video IDs, though, right? I don't think these are video IDs, but they were in my notes. But so I did think about making a Myths of Rust video, but I realized that it would just piss me off doing something like that. First of all, I don't know who determines what is a myth and what isn't, right? Just because you hear someone misunderstand something doesn't make it a myth. It just means that one person is not understanding something, right? And don't get me wrong, I misunderstand things all the time, right? Right? Insert some kind of dad joke in there, but either way, right? Bounce checking is not removed in release binary, and it would be a disaster if it was, because we would have uninitialized memory, and this is what leads to things like heartbleed and bullshit, right? How can you even know the level of mess up if you never get to experience them? No, you do, right? But as an example, I'm a terrible C++ developer. I'm not a C++ developer. I have written C++ on stream. And it was terrible. It was disastrous. The thing is, the code compile ran and looked like it did what it was supposed to be doing, but it had undefined behavior in it, right? So unless I would have done this on stream, if I would have done this off stream, then I wouldn't have known about the undefined behavior, right? So I couldn't even qualify the level of how much I messed up, Enrico, because there was nothing there to tell me that I messed up, right? There was nothing saying, okay, you've done up here. This is what you've done. You shouldn't be doing that, right? Yes, that's another one. I jokingly say that Rust is just C with training wheels, right? But it really, Rust and C really have nothing to do with each other, right? Two different languages solving different problems differently, right? They are both systems programming languages, whatever that means. They're both generic programming languages, but a spoon and a pitchfork could be generic tools. Doesn't mean that they have anything to do in common. That was a really bad analogy, right? Anyway, right. So the thing is, Rust is a lot harder to write than C when you write unsafe Rust. Because in C, you just expect it to have pointers left, right, and center. But in Rust, those pointers aren't as safe to use, right? There is no such notion of mutable, immutable in C, right? Instead, you have a pointer or you don't have a pointer. The memory it's pointed to may or may not be valid, right? Do your null checks and what have you. In Rust, you may have a pointer, you may not have a pointer. It might be valid, it might not be valid. Or it might be a mutable pointer that exists next to another mutable pointer that points to the same memory. And you now dereference both of these pointers at the same time, ending up with a mutable reference. I didn't mean to do that. Ending up with a mutable reference to both. You have undefined behavior. Now, this would be perfectly fine to do in C, right? The thing I like about C++ is zero-cost abstractions and the standard library. I think ML is being used now for deep analysis of the code to find undefined behaviors. That would be a major improvement for existing C++ code bases. So I have to stress this as well. There is nothing inherently wrong with C++ or being a C++ developer, right? We got to stop this notion that there is the current programming language you have to program is this thing. If you're not doing it, you're doing unsafe things. You're a bad person. You're immoral. You don't even have socks. I don't know, right? That stuff has to go, right? If you want to write C++, then write C++, right? You got to do what makes you happy or what you pay to do or whatever it is, right? There's all that stuff just needs to go, right? There's just complete nonsense, right? So yeah. Except for Java, right? I mean, that's implied. I mean, Java is just now. So all jokes aside, right? If Java wasn't backed by Oracle, I would have had more love for Java. I'm actually quite impressed with JVM, right? Deeply optimized, and if you look at the JVM specs, you can get these specs. Just download them, and you can implement your own JVM. You just follow these 5 simple instructions, and there you go. 7 instructions, and you're done. Okay, you'll get this sorted in a weekend. But jokes aside, this is if you follow this, you will understand. If you read it, though, right? You can understand how to build your own JVM, right? It's pretty cool. How about Kotlin? Well, it just sits on top of JVM, right? How you doing, CP? What do you mean by you'd like Java more if it wasn't backed by Oracle? I'm not involved with it, so I'm not sure what you're referencing. Oracle is a company that is known for their terrible business practices, right? The database is really expensive and not particularly interesting. I've worked with it and it's been really painful to work with. The licensing they've had for Java has been pretty unsavory as well. There have been cases where they are just trying to lock people into paying license costs because they upgraded the Java version and things like that, right? It's just unethical business practices, right? Or should we say common business practices these days? So to put things into perspective, right? We're out of tea. But there you go, right? So to put things into perspective, Oracle was sort of ahead of its time, right? They pulled bullshit like Unity and EA has done that people get upset about, but they've been doing it for a longer time, right? Exactly that, right? I think like was it early on Java didn't have a numerical type for representing bytes or whatever, so you had to use 4 bytes to represent a single byte. I still think modern Java features that they added because of other languages still does things worse than other languages. It's hard to keep up as well. We got to remember that languages that we get today is standing on the shoulders of giants, right? Java is a very verbose language, and that's coming from a Rust developer, okay? Okay, so we talked about trees. End of BS. There we go, right? Someone had a... Okay, yeah, that mod prog has helped. And good word, mod prog. Should we mark this one as answered then? I think this seems like it's answered. I'm going to tag it as answer. If that's wrong, then just update this. Okay, so what do we do now then? We have should we get back into the misery that is my everyday life, this thing? Yeah, I mean, just trying to build something with Java is horrifying. Okay, my kid wanted to learn programming and do Minecraft modding, and of course that's going to be Java. And I haven't programmed Java in a very long time. Downloaded IntelliJ, set it up, and then there was some Maven bullshit, and then we were done because it all sucked, right? I think but again, we're standing on the shoulders of giants here. It's very easy to complain about old build tools. I did talk about this a little bit some streams ago. It's easy to complain about it, but in reality, we wouldn't be able to enjoy the things we have if we haven't gone through the bad shit first, right? I mean, I would love this, Enrico. I would love to have more questions and topics to talk about, right? I have many means for people to ask questions that we can talk about, but I don't think anyone has actually done anything. Let me pop open Reddit. I don't think anyone is using Reddit anymore. No, there's 0 questions in there. There's one inappropriate post in there. That's just modprog being modprog. Nothing else. I don't even dare to open up Twitter. I squint so I don't get to see everything. Oh, they've updated some. Oh, you know what the first fucking person I see on Twitter is? Alex motherfucking Jones. Okay, bye. Ugh, man. I wish I hadn't opened it. He's such a train wreck. The fact that these people have a voice concerns me. But anyway, right? You knew better. Yeah, that is on me. But to get a recommendation, to be sent an Alex Jones post as well, right? It's like, no. Ugh. X is an echo chamber. Yeah, it's a complete disaster. I'm gonna go and unregister from X now. Actually, you know what? I don't even want to open it again. I might get like health advice from Ronald McDonald if I do. Okay. There isn't a shovel big enough to clear out the trash that is Twitter. There isn't one. It was Trolltech sold Qt. So I don't know who owns Qt now. You know what? I don't even care enough to look it up. Ah. Okay. All right, hang on. This might be the vet. Right, okay, so yes, it's about my bunny. They don't really know what's wrong with him, but it doesn't seem to be the brain. So that's good, but it's going back in again on Thursday. So it's not everything's great, it's fixed, it's not the worst thing, but we still don't know really what it is, right? So there is that, right? Oh, God. Okay. So yeah, so he's on his way home now. The bunny took the car on his own, of course. And there's that. What should we do? What should we do then, right? Man, this kind of killed me a little bit. Let me do this. Let me take a 5-minute break. Let me take a 5-minute break. I'm just gonna put the words on stream thing on while I go and make some tea and clear my head a little bit. This is kind of good news and not the best news at the same time. It's not a biggie. I just need to reset my head a little bit. So let me get you guys going with this thing. I'll paste this in the chat as well, right? And I think dark reader should be off on this thing. Okay. Let me pause that. All right, get rid of the background music. Let me see what this is like. Oh, come on, man. This thing is such a... Okay, there we go. I'm not sure how much people love this music, but we'll have it on. Rage. Anyway, yes. I'll go and make some tea, and I'll be back I'll be back and forth a little bit. Just waiting for the kettle to boil. Nugget. Sorry, I'm not getting involved. I'm sorry. Is L the fake letter then? Yeah. It becomes a thing after a while, late. After a certain level. All right, good work. Doing all right there, Scott. Very good. Good work, Caleb. All right. Okay. About a minute. All right. Game over. Good work, though. Good work. We got the T, at least. That's a thing. And let's put this back on. There we go. That was fine. If I run the stream longer today, we'll do them all right. This is true. This is true. Oh man, I just get so thrown out of whack. The moment there is something, right? This is where the wife is so much more level-headed than me. She's like, yeah, Bunny will be fine. This is all good. It's just another thing. And I'm like, no, fuck this. I don't love it. I don't love this feeling. I can't just turn it off. But yeah, partial updates. Do we bother with this thing? We have to. We have to do updates. Fuck, how do you know that you're on the right track, right? When something becomes too large, it becomes difficult to know where you are in the grand scheme of things, right? So I guess it's a little bit difficult, right? 11. Turn it up to 11. Well, that's not how science works, though, Enrico, right? If you go into a location, there are locations in between. So the sign is not going to say the name of your location necessarily that you're going to. It's going to say the name of the next place that is on the way to your destination. But there you go. I think the people probably don't know how to navigate anymore without things like Google Maps, right? And I think if you gave someone a map and said you're here, go there, they wouldn't get there, right? Well, that's understandable, CP. Isn't this something like, couldn't ChatGPT help you with this? All you do is just say, my scope's too large, and then ChatGPT will give you some meaningless platitude that you just listen to. Looks like Trello or Confluence helps a lot with making large projects feel more like small sections. I think Trello and Confluence and these kind of project management tools, it's way too easy to add another card. So I think they kind of, in my book, they do the opposite. As long as you can keep the scope in your head, you build what you can keep in your head. And that's how you keep it small. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't rely on ChatGPT for anything other than, I don't know, rubber duck. I need to make some changes in my life, I feel like. Any suggestions? That's a weird question. How would you be able to suggest what I should change in my life? No. I just feel CrossFit. Just CrossFit, man. A new flavor of tea. Oh, man, if it ain't broken, don't fix it if it ain't broken, right? But tea is obviously interesting. I've told my family that if they want to buy me a Christmas present this year, they can buy me tea. Yeah, I'd rub a duck with GPT sometimes. Here, let me show you a spoiler. If you're desperate, you can ask ChatGPT.
Law. Skill issue much?
But if you're like me, there you go. ChatGPT just says skill issue much. That was probably too fast for anyone to catch. Yeah. I know I need to fix this thing, but I'm just worried. I'm a little bit paralyzed, right? If I implement these partial updates, do I make it harder to do the changes in the future or not? And I guess you can't really think that way, but it's hard not to. It will be something. CP? Email. Who's emailing me? Oh my god, you idiots. Bye. Someone's using my email address. They don't know how to give out their email address. I just got a message from someone apologizing, saying sorry to hear that you're not feeling well. Well, you didn't, because that's about some other person who doesn't know how to use email. You can, but knowing what to roll back. I can't say where like the implementation we did 3 months ago is so ingrained in this. Whatever the implementation is, that's not relevant. But an implementation we did 3 months ago is so ingrained in the rest of these things. To unroll that would be a massive undertaking, right? So that is it. Yes. So CP, if you want to see that, then you have to tune in on Halloween, roughly around 3 p.m., I'd guess, Central European time or whatever, right? No, I can't let you have that one, Enrico. I'm sorry. I can't let you have that one. Because it's for the video, right? I don't want people to see like to see anything. Like I can show it off now, but I don't want anyone to be able to like re-watch that before I release the video. So I'll take it out as a clip. So good though. Oh my god, this thing is so broken. I don't even know. Hello, Don. How you doing? Use it as a short. Nah, because there's more to the joke, right? That's missing the punchline of the joke. How you doing, Don? Donny D, what are you up to? Yeah, but then I have to include the rest of the joke though for it to make sense. And until I do that, right? Really? What are you doing? Video for Linux, right? Are you are you still compiling today or? I will do that. We just need more questions, right? I'm guessing you mean this one, Caleb, unless I'm confused, right? I guess you mean this one. And I just need to get more stuff, right? I just need my dear viewer, if you have any questions or topics you want me to address, then do that, right? Or are you referring to roping in other streamers? All right. I didn't think people liked that because my view count was basically half of what I have now when I did it. So I assumed that people didn't like that concept. They're just cringe then. Yeah, but that's half my cringe viewership then, right? I can't do much about that. We'll do it, land elite, as soon as I have yeah, I like doing it as well, but I need people to ask questions. I guess I don't need people to ask questions. I could come up with things myself, right? But it feels more community involved because there's so much monologuing, right? When people have questions, right? But we'll do. Don't worry, that Caleb. I'm gonna do one with you anyway, and Dom, we're gonna try the stream together at some point as well. I found the questions came easier while it was going on. Okay, that's good. Other questions fueled more. Yeah, it'd be nice if we had like a thread going through the whole thing as well. Maybe we should have like a broad topic to discuss throughout, and then we build from there. So what would be an interesting topic to have a longer conversation about, like the thread that goes through the whole stream? We could focus on some aspects. Some questions have been asked quite frequently, but I feel like they don't make for long form content though. Yeah, so we would kind of dip in and out of it. So when there isn't a question or anything going on, then we'll jump back onto the topic. So that could be a thing. Maybe it's wrong to have the goal where I have it now. We can move it down to kind of cover the text input instead. Now we're just showing that we met the goal, nothing else, right? Can I move that just a smidge? Good enough. It could be anything. It could be anything, Risbas. We can talk about pretty much programming in general or tech or whatever. Although I don't really have my hand on the pulse of the tech world, right? Have you ever struggled with low IQ? I don't know, Focus Expert. Maybe my IQ is really low, so it's hard to say. If it's really low, I wouldn't say I'm struggling with it though. So probably not then, right? If you're referring to other people exhibiting signs of having a low intelligence, then I think that's something that we struggle with on a daily basis because we have to do things like drive cars and go to the supermarket. You realize something about programming that was too hard, but found ways around it. I think there's two. That's kind of a good comment there, Focus, right? Because it's like this, right? You might find a difficult way around a simple problem. I think that's just as common as finding a difficult problem and then having a way around it, right? Specific topics to stay within and have topic switch. Yeah, I think that's kind of what we do. Anything goes. The state of Rust programming for the month, like what people are building new tools. I don't think this is particularly interesting to talk about because the tools that people build makes no sense to talk about unless you demonstrate them. And the setup doesn't make for good demonstrations. Watch the news. I would rather lick the inside of a public toilet than watch the news or anything news related on the internet. I read local news because that's relevant to me. But when fucking Alex Jones turns up in your news feed, it's time to clock out and turn it off. I can't chew gum and walk at the same time. Is that because the gum you're chewing is really long and has wrapped itself around your feet and it's also really tough? Is it vulcanized rubber? Adapting new tools for your toolbox as a programmer. Tools can be knowledge or stuff like AI. There's very little tools that I have adopted as a programmer. I mean, there are small changes I do constantly to things like my editor setup and my workflow, but these aren't things that I would qualify as new tools. And the discovery of new tools and workflow is more relevant to my video editing because I'm very new there. I am so, if I could, Dottie, I would give this project up for adoption. I would give this away and tell someone else, this is your suffering now, on the one condition, you can't make it more shit. If you reduce the performance or anything like that, then you're not allowed to have it. All right? But if someone would take over this thing and say, I'll do it, I'll fix the performance issues, I'll make it good, and I will give it up in a heartbeat, no matter how many years I've invested in this. Yeah, I mean, how needy are you when you buy the network and then you promote yourself as the first person you have to follow, right? If you didn't get married and have kids, do you think you would be just as happy? No, Focus. I don't think so. I think I would be happier. The clown committed voter fraud on public display and now is going to realize that America isn't his homeland. What? Did Elon commit voter fraud? Right. Poor Tom from MySpace. Yeah, I mean, at least Tom from MySpace had some personality, right? Tom was a legend. Rispas, we have an advent of code on the Discord. Like, we have our own private leaderboard if you're interested. No, I think I would. I don't know if I would be happier. It's really impossible to answer that question, Focus Expert. But I am very happy in my marriage. I have a very understanding and supportive wife. For instance, if I wasn't married and had a child, I wouldn't be here right now doing this. I would be working for some idiotic startup instead. I miss startups sometimes. Exactly. And pay them to get other people to do the same. Oh my god. Yeah, that's probably an interesting choice. I think it's just so it's just but we're gonna like leave it there with Twitter and politics. I think it's just I mean you can sum the platform up in misinformation and toxicity. It drives me crazy that it's like that. And the more I think about it, the more depressed I get. So I'm gonna try not to think about the state of things too much because that's just turning up the depression, right? It's like, you know what, we're having a good day. Oh shit. I remember this thing, right? Bom dia, Wire. How you doing? But I think I never participate in Advent of Code, by the way, because I used to, and then I realized that my participation is it always ends a few days in when things gets busy with family, right? That is probably a good sum of it, but it doesn't just extend to my wife and my kids. Focus expert. I am very much in. Maybe I'm an idealist, right? I very much believe in taking care of the people around you, and that's not just your friends and family, but that's people you meet. If it's of no cost of you to help someone, then there is no reason not to, right? So it could be anything, right? Whenever you see someone who needs help and you help them, right? Never get too far. Now, if you're celebrating Christmas, then it's really hard. 90% of the reason I don't use social media anymore, politics hits you from everywhere, whenever you want to not. That's why I only have Twitch and Discord. The thing is, Don, I agree with you. I set up Twitter because I thought that maybe we could use Twitter. In my naive and disturbed little idiot mind, I thought we set up Twitter and then people can like tweet questions in while we're doing this T with toggle thing, and we could just have the tweets appear on screen, right? Little did I know that the moment you open Twitter, it's a barrage of how fucking shit everything is. And as a reasonably sensitive individual, that stuff that just tracks me for days, man. I just look at this stuff and I'll be like, how do you have a voice? You told some parents that their kid wasn't killed. Why do you have a voice? And why do people follow you? It doesn't make sense to me. And that weighs on me, right? That weighs on me. I don't get it, man. But yeah. Yeah, trying to be free of politics. I mean, like, the thing is, Don, I mean, I know where you live, man. You're gonna have a harder time than I am, no doubt. Right? I'm guessing you can't go outside without having to listen to that bullshit. You could play the End of the World blues, but I prefer to listen to End of the World disco. Have you ever tried video gaming? Yes, I am really, really bad at it. But I do enjoy it some. You need to open a Blue Sky account using your own domain. Do people use Blue Sky? Is that like, does anyone use Blue Sky? I thought that was like the dude sold Twitter, and then I went, "Hey, I made another Twitter," and people was like, "But we're already on Twitter. Why do we care about your bullshit?" Well, thank you very much for that, focus expert. I wish I could be a more I think a lot of people want to be better people, right? Like we all want to be better versions of what we are. I think that goes for everyone, but our definition of what is better is obviously different, right? I think, Focus Expert, that you're the only one who thinks that, right? I appreciate the sentiment, though. Thank you. The compliment. Cheers. You would probably like Satisfactory. I don't think I do. I've watched Acton play a bit of Satisfactory, and I've seen people play Satisfactory, and it just looks like work to me. And it's like, oh, you're gonna go there and build this thing so it does this thing. And now you're gonna go there and generate this thing. And I'm like, this seems like work to me. I don't know if I want to do this. But I don't mind things. I don't mind to potter about in games, though. I actually do like them. Mastodon did better than Blue Sky. The thing is, I left Mastodon after people... I wanted to hang out in a place and talk about programming, and all people wanted to do was like Justice Warrior and things like that. And like, I get it. I'm all for human rights, but can we please talk about programming in a programming space instead? Right? We can do the other like the other stuff somewhere else. Right? We don't have to drag all the conversations into this like the same place. We can have one place where we talk about things and one place where we talk about other things, right? It doesn't have to be the same. That could be Focus Expert, but I played Roguebit for a bit. Whoops. And Roguebit, or Roguegit. Now that's a thing, right? Roguebit. So I played this game for a bit, and this just felt like work, right? It just like playing this for an hour really felt like I've been working for an hour. I was like really like I did not feel relaxed afterwards, right? Programming is politics only if you use political languages, though, right? It's a lot more fun than it looks. Fair enough. I think a lot of these games are people that say, yeah, so says the program for fun. Yeah, I mean, programming is probably the most fun you can have with your pants on, right? On your head. What do you do for fun as a programmer? Programming games? Yeah, exactly, right? Politics is what the dinner table is for. At our dinner table, we have one strict rule. No devices. You're welcome to come for dinner, but your phone is going to be either off or on silence and stays in your pocket. Don't play with it. Is this the place for things to discuss? Maybe. The number of times people have tried this one, Don. Emacs organ evil mode alone make it better. Only Emacs is religious. No. I don't know. The thing is, I don't think I care about what other people do. Right? I don't care what programming languages people enjoy as long as they enjoy them. I don't care what editor people use as long as they solve the problem for them. If you want to know about something, I'm more than happy to talk about it, but it doesn't it holds no value to me if someone else is using Emacs or Nano or whatever, right? That way no one can look up facts to back up their opinion. But that is true, Bodprog. Ed. Has any one of you actually met anyone who's used Ed more for anything other than memory, right? Pen and paper, no scanner, and OCR, okay? All right, we're gonna see how long it takes, Land of Lead. We're gonna see. I'm counting down now. All right, more than 5 seconds. You thought Vim was a meme? I can understand that. Vim, the first time you run into Vim, if you haven't watched anyone use it, if someone just recommends it to you, but they don't really give you any like depth and you don't see any videos of it, it's gonna come off as a terrible experience, right? Yes. There you go. Maybe it is. Maybe it's one of those jokes that were taken too far, right? Nah, I forgot the name of it. I was gonna make a C# joke, but there you go. It is a bit of a, but it's a learning curve for being able to do something as basic as entering text. It is kind of stupid, right? Like you can open Vim, but you can't even like type in. Okay, now I accidentally hit I, but you can't type. I'm typing, but nothing is happening. All right, which button am I pushing? Oh, S for substitute. There we go. Right. So if we skip S, right, you can mash all the keys and nothing is happening. What do you mean no file name under the cursor? Right? It's such a. If you think about it, it's kind of like a perverted additional thing that you do once you. So in a normal text editor, you're gonna type some text and you're gonna hit character return to go to the next line when you're done. In Vim, you hit escape and then O to go to the next line, most likely, because you want to split up your edit points for your undo history, okay? This is such a weird mental conditioning. You're actually typing more to do the same thing. That's probably just a glitch with Twitch, right? A Twitch glitch. Well, append and insert, right? That kind of makes sense, doesn't it? But no, I don't know, man. I had a coworker using Barebone Vim and said that it's amazing because he was just focused on the keys. Once I tried and discovered the plugin system, my mind was blown. But that's usually how it is, right? You'd be like, okay, Vim, how do I do anything? Insert mandatory quit joke, right? How do I do anything? Followed by, okay, right, I can do some basic editing. Then you discover plugins, and then you install 6 million plugins. And then as the years go by, that list of plugins becomes shorter and shorter, right? This is my list of plugins where I've written one of them myself, right? 2 of them myself. I don't really need Gleam. Doesn't do much with it. I think these should be built into Vim. So, I mean, really, there isn't much to it, right? I try to quit my terminal. And insist on being localized to Norwegian. Really? That is crazy, CP. Do they? I mean, I didn't even realize that. It's just got this one that's been there since Vim, right? Thank you so much for that, Taikumi. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Localized to Norwegian, that would probably suck. I say that because I've seen Modprog. Yeah, me too. But I've seen Modprog use NeoVim and it's in German. And I imagine it's the same thing, right? Barebone Vim, it's great. 0 plugin, really? Yes, that's it, right? A lot of people don't know how much is built in. However, there are things that you cannot do with 1 key press in Vim, or actually 2, right? That is 2 key press, a leader B, which will start the debugger if it's not running, set a breakpoint, run the code to the breakpoint. This is really convenient, all right? So, but again, this is made with my plugin, so I guess, you know. But there are certain things like commentary and surround that I feel like I would struggle to not have. My list gets, I think everyone's list is getting shorter, right? Commentary is built into NeoVim. I don't think that's true. Proof or it didn't happen, Myron. Oh yeah, FZF is the bee's knees, and I use that instead of telescope because my Vim and NeoVim are so similar that if I ever have to go back to Vim, there's no issues. Hello, Baba. Just what Lang is set to, really? And then here we go. Wait, what? Okay, hang on. We need a lot more space for that. Yeah, but some of these things are color themes, right? Rainbow brackets. I guess this is rainbow brackets. I tried it and it didn't do much for me. Plenary, I don't know. Packer. So term colors, telescope as, Rust Vim, rainbow brackets. I don't know what that is. I think that's a packet manager, which doesn't make sense to me because Vim and NeoVim both have packet managers built into them. OneDoc is a theme. Web dev icons. That's things for. Do you use Nerdtree? No. I thought this was like a Nerdtree thing. Maybe it's because of this then. Leopard, LSP config, debug adapter. I never got this one to work properly. I don't use autocomplete either. What's that? That's not a theme. Probably theme. Don't know what that is. Is it a theme? Don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. That's a theme. That's some kind of programming language that no one's ever heard of. Fogbell? I don't know. Can you have selected text in Anathema? Can you elaborate, Takumi? Because I don't quite understand the question. Because it's just running the terminal, so whatever you do, you can select it. But I'm guessing that's not what you mean? No, I used the built one, the built-in called Explore. And it looks like this. Now, I choose to open mine on the right-hand side, but if you get rid of the bang, it's just going to open on the left-hand side. All right. But if you open on the left-hand side, it moves the code, and that's just annoying. So open on the right-hand side, and the code doesn't shift. Doing good floating Windows stuff. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's instead of Nurture. Gotcha. I think Cat Peasant is... Well, he might be here. He's lurking. I would honestly probably be a Helix Boy if it had a tree view for the file picker. It doesn't. It's also a theme. Okay. Nah, I'm just memeing, right? I'm okay with all languages. It's all good. Do you have a way to change text color? Yeah, I mean, you can change text color if you want to. I mean, I don't know how specific you want to be with changing your text color, but you can change the text color there. Glue is a new color. Right? So... But I don't know what your specific needs are, of course, right? Oh, I should have mentioned we could change the background color, of course, right? All right, now that's really gross to read. Let's not do that. What's my take on GVim? I don't know much about it. Never really used it. The reason I use the text edit in the terminal is because a lot of my work is done over SSH. Will it? Should we try this? Lang DE. Oh, I probably don't have this locale in there, so. Helpo. No, I probably don't have the locale, so it's not gonna do it for me. There's a language command inside Vim. Nah, it didn't work. Das German did not work. Yeah, language C, I know that one. Why is C a locale? Can anyone answer that question? Why is C a locale? We could ask the interwebs. In general, C is for computer, is for people in the US to speak English, and for people who want the same behavior. The for computer means that the strings are sometimes more standardized, but still in English. So an output of a program could be read from another program within US. Strings would be improved. Alphabetic order could be improved. Maybe new rules of Chicago rules of style, etc. So more user-friendly, but possibly less stable. I see. In general, it should not matter. Ask Duck AI. Nah, we got an answer. Let's see if the bunny is home so I can go and say hi to him. It is not home. It is home soon. Then I'm just going to go and say hi to the bunny when he comes home. See how it's doing. And talk about the feeding schedule. Because he needs something. He needs this special care food. Did you go full Rob Pike? Got rid of all the colors? Yeah, so good work, Wairu. I wonder what we're gonna do, right? I think I thought I could do some like casual anathema dev today where I didn't get involved in chat. I was just gonna be in focus mode, but you never know what's gonna happen, right? And we met the sub goal today, and I felt like it's not really the day to politely and respectfully ignore the chatters trying to get things done. It's not that day to do that. So that'll have to be another day. I also promised I'm gonna stream every day for the remainder of this month until and including Halloween, assuming that I don't get violently ill or something. Yeah. So I think maybe I just have to park Anathema and we build something else. I don't know what we should build, but we will build something else, right? Do you guys have any like side projects that you're working on that you're stuck with? I'm not offering to work on a side project. I just want to throw some ideas around. Make sure you skin-friendly face paint. I think it's sourced from the local toilet, so I don't know. No, it's all very skin-friendly, CP. It's all very skin-friendly. Yeah, I mean, isn't this kind of it, right? Bar these fancy icons, you language traitor. No, I'm kidding. Bar the fancy icons, isn't this just isn't this what Rob Pike was promoting? Oh, I guess you have like different shades of gray here, but still. How you doing, Phil? Yeah, I think he's gonna be okay. I was just hoping for a definitive answer, right? Replacing my radiators right now, if you want to, like in multiple cars, in your multiple sports cars, or in your house. Taking me. Where are you then? I'll pop over. Only 2 that I'm procrastinating on, and MR review with Anathema and a gaming Godot. Oh man, I wonder if we should just fire up Godot and have a look. But I don't want to use Godot. In your house. I'll come over. But replacing your radiators, are they like hot water or oil, or like what kind of radiator? Are they all electric? What kind of radiators are we talking about here? Talk to me. We built our virtual machine on stream last time, so that's good, Wiry. I haven't seen you stream, but I'm guessing for a while. I'm guessing it's because of the time difference. A community-driven project might be a good aim at teaching us less. You're just as good as everyone else, Dottie. It's all good. Would you guys want to do? How would we do that? How would we organize a project where we can have many people working on something? No, I think we tried to do this, but I just felt like I didn't. No, I didn't. A rusting statue, that's actually really good, Lead. That's not a bad idea at all. A gas boiler, so just hot water. Oh, really? Well, I'm guessing you're in the UK or in the US then, Taikumi. Yeah, because you said boiler, right? I had the boiler man over a few times. I've been home from work. The worst thing is, right, last time he came over, he's like, well, you know, a lot of my colleagues won't actually show you what they're doing because they don't want you to be able to fix it yourself. I mean, you shouldn't be around with the boiler if you don't know what you're doing. But it was kind of like, he was so honest about it, right? If you're gonna make Rust educational content, it'll be good with something that isn't geared towards beginner. Okay, can you tell me what your skill level is, right? If you're being honest now, right? So take that part of you that wants to flex and put that down and be honest. What is your skill level, do you think? What topics is around your skill level? 42. Ah, damn it. Do you have a preference on what areas you like to work in? My guess is visual and so on. I don't really know, Doddy. I really like networking and I like communications. I think networking is something that is absolutely fantastic because it's what allows people to communicate with each other, right? I've sort of thought TCP/IP was the most amazing thing ever when I was a child because that's how IRC worked and you could have all these people talking to each other, and I was up all night chatting with random strangers. And all the hot girls in chat back then were 40-year-old truck drivers for some reason. That's what everyone kept saying. How do you know you're talking to a girl, man? Could be a 40-year-old truck driver. And I'd be like, well, I didn't tell him I was a truck driver. Anyway, 69. It's over 9,000, but under 10,000. A CRUD app. Isn't CRUD app a little bit too... Like, haven't everyone done CRUD apps, right? Well, worst thing that can happen with your boiler is that you turn into a Starship variant. An IRC chat in Rust. That's actually quite simple to do. I mean, you can see what good that brought us when you look at Twitter. Yeah, I mean, it's... If someone hits you over the head with a hammer, it's not the hammer's fault, okay? It's not TCP/IP's fault, okay? Bitch X and Merc, right? Yeah, so that was the first one I used on the Linux. IRSSI was the second one, but this one was a little bit more involved. Then when WeChat became a thing, I quickly hopped on that particular bandwagon. I've invented so many wheels at this point, Doddy. I don't. Old school. Do you mean IRC? Still using Bitch X to this day? Does it still have that like pretty big ANSI graphic startup screen when you started? There are no girls on the internet. There's men pretend to be women, and FBI agents. I would quote this, but some asshole's gonna just not. Now, this is funny. I'm going to quote it. If you want me to take it down, I will. I don't think anyone's going to be that dumb that they will be like, oh, you say there's no women on the internet. Yeah. Oh, I see. Is that like from quote of the day? Yeah, I'm not going to Reddit on stream. I've learned my lesson. Write a new TCP stack in Rust. UDP IPv4 isn't too bad to write. I don't even know where I would start with that, Don. I'm still waiting for CP to answer my question, though, right? I actually do like the idea of like a new Rustlings, but maybe so first of all, it has to be for a different audience than what Rustlings is, because otherwise you have Rustlings, right? The majority, if we don't count like work from home, then the majority of people, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. I should have become a Rusty girl, shouldn't I? Could have made a living out of that, couldn't I? Have to shave, though. I want to see a new great terminal-based text editor. Oh, man, there's Cat Peasant. Mentioned maybe writing an editor component for Anathema, and that would have been such an amazing foundation for building text editors. I was about to type something. It's been a while since coding in Rust, but I think I've decided to abandon it for now. I got to the place where all the functions were colored by sensing, and I didn't understand or like it. I got it to work, but didn't understand it. And that's a very insightful bit of information. That tells me a lot. Yeah, I was talking to Ekton about writing a text editor to Modprog, and I was constantly saying, "Don't do it to him," and he was like, "Should we do a text? Should I do a text? No, don't do it, man. Don't do it." Although if anyone could do it, it probably would be him, though. I want a full GUI text editor that emulates a terminal to appear like a terminal, but all the GUI capabilities. Was this in async Rust CP by any chance? Was this? Does Rustling cover async Rust? I'm gonna guess not. No. Oh man, does anyone have the code? Now I really want to see this. I don't know. Where would we start? If we try to do a more advanced Rustling that isn't just trivia. Embedded Rust, but I'm so bad with that. I would need a course before I could do anything with that. I really suck at embedded programming, right? Ascama was a really bad experience. I think if I had picked another template language, I might have stuck around longer. Fair enough. You would need a course on unsafe. I wouldn't be able to do that either because I don't know how. So unsafe Rust, I tried to dig into this on stream in the past. Unsafe Rust is so vague. Now there is like the unsafe working group that didn't exist back then, but this didn't exist back then. But this is still so covered in confusion, right? Oh man, I really, this is the first time in all my years of streaming, Don, that I've actually used overlays. So this is brand new to me to have overlays almost. I did have one at one point a long time ago for like a PayPal thing when we had donations on stream, but yeah. See, and if we're talking about it like in broad terms, CP, it is really difficult because there's a lot of rules, right? There's a lot of uncertainties and unknowns in when it comes to knowing whether a block of code is safe or not. It's really hard to qualify that. Is this thing, am I on the right branch? Let's follow the... It's in here, maybe. Oh man, I started writing like a Twitch thing. Hello, Daniels, how you doing? I started writing like a Twitch thing, and I made this incredibly over-engineered message passing framework, and then I wasn't happy with it, so I just dropped everything, right? Maybe we do some network programming. That is the right branch. Commit happened a few hours ago. Yeah, so happy to hear that, Stormy. Let's have a look if there's an... Okay, let's see. There's no... All right, let's just clone this out. Let's clone this out. Always, even if it's your mom who wrote the code, always look for build RS. Oh man, I must have done something cursed to make him fork this and have his own fork. Okay, let's do this. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think like some subsets of unsafe Rust is probably fine, right? I mean, you can cover a lot with Miri and stuff, but all right. So there's no issues building this, so I don't know where. Yeah, maybe we should do some network programming though. That's kind of fun. Oh no! Don't do that. Don't do this. It's not in... Hang on, does he not use Prelude? He does. We're just gonna do this. This is the point of Prelude. Is he using the runtime error? Okay, we'll leave that in there then. There we go. So there is no from start. It will be if we import that trait. There we go. Right. Oh, hang on. Yeah, so this thing should be a color. That's why. That might be in the component. There we go. So this thing should just be reset. I don't know. I'm not sure why I'm doing all this, because obviously I'm not gonna commit this stuff. But you don't have to use that. You can use actual colors instead. These are smaller types, right? So you have less... Yeah, oh my god. I was looking for ideas to build with Anathema, and BBS, like a fake BBS as a demonstration thing, is definitely up there. On my laptop, I have this image search with all BBS screenshots open on it. So here we can just do that. Now, what is this thing? It's going to be a value. Wow, thank you so much, Anonymous. Thank you so much. Good morning, mate. How you going? Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. I hope you're having a good start of your day, mate. I know who you are. Thank you so much. That is cool, Don. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should do a BBS. Again, thank you so much, Anonymous, who isn't anonymous. NAS emulator? Yeah, maybe, but it would be long to code out. There's so many of these, though. Like, a part of me don't like doing things that other people have done so much of. So there's like... there's all these or maybe I'm wrong, all right? Maybe it wasn't you. I'm not seeing any messages on Discord, so maybe it wasn't you, all right? And either way, Anonymous, thank you so much. So what was I gonna say? Fiddlesticks. Yeah, so people have done like 8-bit what's it called, that emulator that everyone did, right? And then Game Boy, NES, and these things. And while they're cool, they've been done to death by so many people that I just don't feel like making them. I always feel like when I make something, it should have some longevity and some value, right? So if I'm going to make an emulator, it's going to be for something that no one has done one for already, right? Which is probably not going to happen, right? I mean, virtual machines in general are really, really cool, right? So why is this thing not working? So we're gonna get this. We can just dereference that. No, hang on. We're just gonna do. Wait a second. That's also a string. Okay, we make that into a color, and then we do a color from stir. We can do from a hex value instead, right? I don't know why I'm doing from stir, right? We can just do this, right? That makes more sense. All right, let's just fix this thing. Does this not implement from for hex values? Oh, right. So we have to use an actual hex value, right? So that would be hex. Oh, man. What's an emulator? It's something that emulates hardware, right? So you can think of it like a virtual computer. It has its own instruction set, but unlike a CPU, these instruction sets are written by you in some arbitrary programming languages, right? Programming language, right? So the registers are just memory in your program as opposed to like actual registers on your CPU kind of thing. I'm not really that interested in AI. So someone mentioned neural networks in stream chat a while ago, and it's like, really, like, should we do neural networks? And I don't know what happened there, right? Yeah, so Godbolt will output assembly code that will be generated by your program. So that's kind of different. But assembly code is what's running. It's like assembly code becomes machine code, which is what your computer understands, right? But I guess assembly is like the lowest language that you can program, more or less, right? I don't think I did a good job here. Sorry. Let me just see if I can find a better from implementation. We could do that. But that's gonna be the wrong color. Okay. All right. I'm not gonna change this. Let's just do from stir then. But we really don't have to do that. What do you mean undeclared type? We have the color. We do now. Now we have to bring this thing in. That's fine. And then here, now we can just call set on this by dereferencing this. Like that. So we don't have to deal with that nonsense. Now, default color is a color. Again, we're not really at the place where he must have run into the issue. Again, we just do color from whoops. There we go. All right, so let's go back to the admin module. Okay, so here we are. Let's have a look at this then, right? Okay. Does anyone have any idea where he ran into the lifetime issue? So we're inside admin. Let's have a look at components maybe. This I would, oh no, he's matching on that. He needs all of these things. Okay, got it. I think you can just do away with these, by the way, if we import a prelude. There we go. Okay, I think my bunny's home. Let me just go and say hi to the bunny and see how it's doing. You mentioned you like to make projects that have value. I'm trying to let go of this because this always means to me at least something huge that will demand too much time. Understandable, why we probably have very different lifestyles. I have a child and a wife that I can neglect in favor of doing software programming, and I'm guessing that you probably have work or school, or maybe you have a grown-up person's job and you're not a full-time streamer. I don't know, right? So I totally get that. It's very different when you can dedicate a large portion of your life to something. You know what's really depressing though, when you start thinking about this as, wow, is this what I'm wasting my life with? But there you go, right? So getting people involved is really important for the project's growth as well, right? That's really important for the project's growth. Otherwise, as a lone ranger, I don't think we're gonna do a lot of. Let me mention this again when I come back, Doddy. I'm just gonna go and check on the bunny, right? I'll be back in a bit. Okay, it was nice to see Bunny again. He's sitting in the corner, chewing. He's eating grass, as you do. CP, come on, man. Well, you're not wrong. Well, you guys are doing well. Okay, I'm gonna scroll up the chat on this side to see if I can find the original comment by Wiru. Nope, we have lost that much scroll back. That's understandable. Ooh, look at that. Let's just keep this running for a bit. Has air pipe spin. Lipe, that's like a Dutch name. Or I guess Liepe would be how you say it in Dutch. Probably not like that though. Oh, it's level 1. Okay, so you just restarted. Gotcha. Skip 3 levels. Good work. Good work, CP. All right, let's keep it going then until it doesn't work anymore. Sus. No. Peru. No. All right. Good work, Wiry. Rupee. 2 E's though. You guys are too good. You're gonna get to skip some levels now, all right? Yeah, you skipped 3. Good work. Max is 17, I think. No, there's a fake letter. I should take this time to do some programming on another screen while you're doing this, so I can maybe try to get things done. is that one so gross? We just have to dereference that. There we go. Alice fake. No! Why? Why? All right. No, I can't do that here. Damn it. Stupid Twitch. All right, you want to go again? I'm not very good at this stuff. Okay, let's see. So where was the issue, Waru? I was looking for some Surdy stuff. This is the only Surdy I found. Yeah, if you want to go again, vote yes. Thank you for hanging out, CP. I don't see you enough these days, and you don't chat enough. I'm guessing you're busy. Democracy sometimes is sus. Democracy isn't sus. People are sus, okay? Okay, everyone wants to go again. Well, 6 people want to go again, so let's do it. All right, hang on. Why is there no music? All right, it was just buggy. IPX. There you go. Nice try, Enrico. Light is a word. Okay. Wait, why are we doing that? I don't think that word would have made it, Enrico. I think words that would get auto-modded are probably not going to be words they have on there. Burn. I already have that one. I'm just looking over. Oh man, I wish I knew where this thing was a problem. No GoPro. There, I was gonna say no Go programs in the chat. Oh, no, I need to speak to Pepper to know where the issue is. I don't see anything that pops out, so it's hard to say. Good work. Skip 3 levels. That's level 6. Night. That's the long word. All right. Good work, Monprog. Thing. Does anyone have thing? Good work, Scott. Okay, I'll shut up now. All right, keep going. Yeah, so if I skip working on Anathema for the remainder of the month, maybe that's... But everything I want to do kind of boils down to using it. So that's a problem. Maybe I will simply do... I don't know why I'm doing that. Why don't I just shut up and think for once? The one time I can be quiet and think, because you guys are busy, I don't. Okay, what is this thing? No, it still comes down to the same thing. Okay, so not bad. Skipped another 3 levels. Good work. Sure would be. I don't think you can see that though. This one could be hard. The goal is pretty high and it's not that many words. Ah, Modprog, you beat me to it. I think L is fake. Yeah. Oh, it needs one more word. All right, I'm gonna... no. Yeah. Oh, no. All right. You guys were doing so well. I was about to be productive. Almost. L was fake. Good work, everyone. That was pretty good. And I felt like actually I had a moment of thinking going on there. Hello, Ergo. How you doing? That's all right. So I can't figure out what the issue is here. I can't find where the lifetime issue would be. So I looked inside the admin code and I'm not seeing anything in here. I'm guessing the only 30 whatever I saw was here. And there's a common val that's been converted into a string that doesn't have to be, and that's it. So we're gonna forget about anathema now. Okay, let's just get out of it. What am I being accused of? Maybe it wasn't him then. Okay, I thought it was someone else, but okay. Anyway, okay, so don't suggest that we implement TCP from scratch, was it? I don't think we're gonna do that. I think that would be too much reading. I like the idea of like an alternative to Rust links going forward, but where do we go, right? So this is a little bit the nature of Rust, okay? Once you have once you've like done the basics of Rust and you get like most of it, you kind of have to branch out in some of the different areas of Rust where things becomes more complicated, right? Either it's like high concurrency programming or concurrent programming, maybe we should say, where you end up with things like async Rust, futures, runtimes, all this stuff, right? Then you have embedded Rust, where you end up with a lot of unsafe and you leveraging the type system to describe your hardware kind of thing, and you're in that space. Then you have the whole world of games programming with things like custom allocators, graphics implementations, and all these things. They kind of branch out and they all touch on different areas of Rust. So it's really hard to say, where do we go for our intermediate Rust programming, right? Because once you've done the book, what is it that you want to do, right? Holy, I forget how freakishly warm that is. Oh my lords. So if you want to, it's like we could almost sum it up as unsafe traits and memory management. If we're gonna go into the more complex aspects of Rust and the details of this, so it's really hard for me to pick one where we would go. I think maybe yeah, what are you gonna use it for? And I guess what we could do is we could start building things like, what if we started building primitives and basics, things like a custom runtime or a thread pool or arena allocators. I mean, like there's all these places we can go to. Maybe we get into the space of custom data structures that are evolutions of what you do, but this is also part of a programming style, right? So maybe you're kind of happy just jamming everything into the same code base instead of building them out like tools. So it's a little bit like, could you go into a Find My Dad who went out for a pack of cigarettes simulator? What do we call that? Deadbeat dad. What's the name of a game that is a deadbeat dad simulator, right? It can't just be deadbeat dad. That's too simplistic. How you doing, Marek? How you going? Okay, anyway, I don't know why I'm thinking so. Bar dad. Well, I think if you're interested in bar dads, okay, you have to watch Don's stream instead. Alright. Memory management. I mean that is maybe it's something to encourage people to build their own data structures and benchmark them, right? So the more niche your use case is, the more optimizations you can attach to this thing, right? Let's say, for instance, that you are going to have an append only something rather, then there's no reason for you to traverse this list. Maybe you should probably want to traverse it, but there's no reason for you to clear it. Maybe you can just allocate a chunk of memory, leak it, and that's your memory going forward. So you have like this permanent allocations you use reading and writing from. Although that's kind of a bad example. It's not a bad idea. It's a way of dealing with memory, but it's a bad example. 3-letter word games. I don't really know what where to like focus this. Just 2. True. So in the world of ECS, you could probably write something custom instead of a straight up ECS then for how you handle your entities. So case in point, right? Maybe you have entities that are never going to be deallocated. So you can sort of load this up at runtime once and then never remove them. So that part of your ECS is the collection part is read only. The length prefix list that I showed you guys the other day, that vastly outperformed nesting vectors within vectors, right? Like it was twice as fast, right? Most games probably don't need ECS. Entity component system. So when you're doing things in terms of game programming, a very common pattern, listen to me talk now with authority as if I actually have any experience in this field, but I'm going to talk about it authoritatively anyway. So certain patterns in games programming are really useful for handling large number of things, right? Like, I think one of the first games to implement an ECS was Simcopter or a game like that, where you had lots of entities in the game changing the behavior and exhibiting behavior changes. So you could align your memory. So you can easily get access to all the people within a region and then perform some kind of change in them. But it's not really a case of having them being people, right? So instead you say all the entities, which is composed of hit points and currently in combat, do this, right? It's almost like you're querying upon your data that you're working with, right? But again, this comes down to like benefits for cache alignments, as in if the data is next to each other, you can fit that into the fast cache of the CPU, right? If it's spread out all over your RAM, then you have to go and fetch it, jam it into the cache, and then maybe you're operating on some other data the next frame, so you have to clear the cache, fetch some new data, and jam it in again. And before you do that, you're going to look if the data is already in the cache, and if it's not, then you have a cache miss, right? And these are things that generally don't matter to anyone in your average program, but if you're doing things like games programming or you're building something that other things are going to be on top of, then you do want to care about this, right? Because bad performance propagates throughout your project, right? You can't, if the root of your project has poor performance, then you can't improve that other than fixing the root, right? You can, most certainly, right? So if we do this as an example, right? Cargo, new world, right? Let's see. Let's see if we can make something here. If I can just quit Vim world. The world is a vampire. It isn't really though, Billy Corgan. You were wrong. You lied to us. All right, let's. I don't know what would be like a good example of this thing, right? Okay, let's say that we have a game world. We're gonna put a loop in here. This is a little bit contrived. Obviously, you have to take this with a grain of salt. But let's say that we have a timestamp here, right? That's not duration. That's gonna be instant. So we're gonna change this, and we're gonna reset this for every frame. This is a very naive way of doing this thing, but we're just checking time between each frame here. We're gonna have to print this out somewhere. And you know what? Printing out this timestamp is probably what's gonna cost the most. So we're gonna put the print statement not being part of this. So this sounds really ridiculous, but the print statement can literally affect the time quite a lot, right? Because you have to lock standard out and do all this stuff and what have you, right? And let's have our list of entities, right? Now, this isn't going to be a good example. I should probably have just written a benchmark around this instead. So what we could have done, let's do that instead. Let's do a cargo add dev divan, right? So let's make some benchmarks instead. It shouldn't be benches. I think it should be bench. We'll see. Harness, no. Name, sure. I think maybe I have missed something. We'll see. All right, let's have a look. Well, performance gives you a huge benefit with ECS if you have a lot of entities, right? If your game is Asteroid or a beat 'em up, for instance, then an ECS is going to be probably reasonably meaningless to you. It was benches. I failed you all. There we go. Right, 0 benchmarks. So we're going to do everything inside our benchmark here, right? So let's start with a... let's do a static something. And we're going to have a trait. We're going to make a dynamic entity. It's going to have a function called act that takes a mutable reference to self. And that's it, right? So we're going to load these 2 different things into a collection of entities. So we can look at something like dynamic dispatch versus multiple sources, right? So our origin, or what we're going to do this over, is going to be, let's say, 1,000 entities. All right, that doesn't sound like a lot, but if you imagine there's 1,000 entities on screen, that's going to be quite a bit. Oh, shit. Ah, no. Okay. My wife has a test. I'm gonna have to piss. Okay, you can't make that word family friendly now. Piss ass? Piss ass? No, that just sounds worse. All right, hang on. Yes, it's like a practice exam. What was it doing, right? So let's make entities, and this thing is gonna return a vec of box dyn entity. That's how we're gonna do it, right? I try, Marek. I try. Let's have a vec here. Let's do. Doesn't really matter how we organize this, but okay, and then do something. We're gonna have to do a bench here. I think that's enough, and we're gonna have. Is that it? Yeah. Yeah. All right, we're good. Actually, I don't remember how to use this. Where's the bench local? That's what we want. Bench local. Like that. Okay, so if we're gonna make this thing, let's just add default to you, and we're gonna import entity for thing. Let's have a U8 here, and then for this thing, we're gonna have U16, right? Or U32. Who cares? No one, that's who. All right, and then here, all we're gonna do is self.0. We're gonna plus equals with 1. And we're gonna grab this entire block, and we're gonna dump it in there for other thing, and we'll do the same thing there. So to make 1,000 entities, we're gonna do we're gonna join 2 vectors, right? So we'll do vec. We start off with 500 of thing default times 500. Okay, I think that should be fine. Right. Whoopsie. There we go. Okay, we good? Yeah. What are you talking about? This is as clone as the day is long. The trade clone is not implemented box dyn entity. Oh shit! Of course not. Right, can we do box new here? You know what we could do? I'm being super silly, right? We'll do 0 to 500. I'm gonna map this thing into box new. But before we do that, we're gonna map this thing to thing. And then we can collect this. That's not how you spell thing. Box dyn can't be built from box thing. That's bullshit. Really? There's no, wait, there is a new. All right, fine. Fine, I'll read the error message. Okay. No, that's fine. That's literally what we're gonna do there, right? Okay. All right, fine. We'll do this then. And then we're gonna map this into box new entity I. No, yes, maybe collect. collect IO. How did that happen? And then we're going to change this to a U size instead because we want to be able to fit more than 500 in there. Now, can you please just do what I want you to do? Entity should be thing, you lark. You're driving me crazy. Damn it. Madre. Joder. Alright, why can't we do this? This is just insane. Like, we can make a new thing, but we can't make it into an entity. Even though we implement entity for thing, this is doing my head in. Why would this not work? Hello, Save. How you doing? And this thing is generic over TNT, is not size, so this should definitely be possible to write. What unsatisfied trade bounds? Okay, you know what? If this doesn't work, I don't know what does. All right. So now we're getting a thing. Do we have enough brackets now? No, we do not. That was the wrong kind. Close the limiter. I'm about to hang up my Rust coat for life. Thank you. All right. This is ridiculous and stupid. So instead, we're going to have a U size here. And we're going to do a thing with a value here. And then we're going to change this thing, all this dumbassery here, to just thing. Okay? You better work. Thank you. So that's one of them. And then we're going to do one for the other guy, which is other thing. And I'm not even going to bother, right? What's that? Oh, that was my own head. Other thing. And that's going to be a U32 for that. So then we can do join. No. We can do join here. Not John or Jin. All right. So that's going to be 501 to 1,000. We're going to map that to other thing. And then we can collect these two. That has to have another bracket. Whoops. Whoops. Stop writing IO, you florb. Oh, there we go, right? So there we are, right? There we are. Okay, so we managed to produce 1,000 entities. We can also make 2 collections of this as well, right? And that would be one vec with thing and another vec with other thing. So then we would have to retain some type information when we perform operations in this thing, right? But before we even get into it, let's get some values. So we're going to do a black box here. And call make entities like so. So we're making, well, we're not making sure of anything. We're trying to. That's from the wrong thing. We're trying to convince the compiler not to optimize this away. That's what we're doing here. All right, so maybe we'll park this one. Oh, 1,000, good spot. There we go. I'm sorry, I'm on the clock now all of a sudden. So how long would it take for us to iterate and perform an action on all of these values, right? So we do values dot into iter for each. And come off, right? Val dot act is what we're gonna call on this thing. Move. Oh god, right, okay, fine. There we go. Oh, you grief provider. There you go. All right. So this is a little bit confusing. Maybe we need to return a number as well. So we do values.len here. Yeah, even so, we're still talking about 1.3 microseconds for looking through 1,000 entries. Let's multiply this by 10. So this thing should now take roughly 13 microseconds, right? Yeah, and it does, right? Close to. So that's microseconds. And if you think about your average game, that's gonna run on 16.6 milliseconds. So how many is 13? Where's that button? 13 microseconds in milliseconds is 0.013. So to go through 10,000 values in a collection, it's not gonna take much out of it. It's gonna take 0.013 milliseconds out of your 16.6 millisecond frame buffer, right? Hello, Al. How you doing? So yeah. Shit, I have to go. I'm sorry. I have to cut it short. The wife has the exam. I have to go and feed the child and do all kinds of other things, right? Who's streaming? Should we do a raid? We can raid. Jotson is just starting, I take it. Yeah, it's just starting. All right, I will be back. I don't know when, but hopefully not in too long. I don't know if I'll be back later on today. We'll see. Anyway, cheers everyone. Enjoy your day. Bye for now. Where's that raid button? How do we